night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. I'm floating around up here in this IT nightmare, along with my good friend and co-pilot, Something Wong. He's back there just smiling up a storm, bringing good vibes to this place and keeping sure that we fly level and straight across this beautiful plane of existence that we are upon. My, look at this great crew I've got in here already. Let me see, do I got anybody over? Nobody on the Rumble side. I got 9 people watching, nobody in chat. Well, you need to get in there and get in that chat and get active. That's what we do here. See the Donald Trumps up there? You got to see those things, man. If you're not aware of them, then well, they don't make any sense to you. Let's see who we got here tonight. Got Saddlebone with us. We got Push Button 62, Heresy Seed, Brit, Next Chapter, Chicago Cubby Bear, Celtic Bear is with us as well. Let's see here. Who else? Pebbles, what's happening, babe? How you doing? We got RPB 68 is here with us as well. Mr. Tahiti, Chicago Cubby Bear, as always. Good to see you, my friend. We're going to be all over the place tonight. There's so much crazy shit going on. And wasn't sure about what a topic. Now, tomorrow evening, we're going to, of course, cover and I have to see exactly what time that is. I have not set it up yet, but there is a debate tomorrow on Modern Day Debates. Let me see if I can get that for y'all, and you can set a reminder or whatever, or just wait for my show. Well, of course, that's going to come up with something different, isn't it? There we go. You have to spell the shit out. You can't just go MDD. It pisses you off. Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow night, 8 o'clock p.m. So we'll be going a little earlier than normal tomorrow evening. It's going to be, it said possibly the last FE debate on Modern Day Debate ever. Nathan Thompson versus The Final Experiment. That should be interesting. I'm going to put a link in the chat for that main feed of that, but we will be going live tomorrow evening and covering it live, unlike no one else can do other than here at Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Let's see. I put that down here, right? Did I do it yet? Yes, I did. Okay. See, I'm having short-term memory difficulties. There we go. I put it over in that chat too. So we should be having a good time with that. It will be interesting. I'm curious as to, has Will Duffy suddenly gained some knowledge on flat Earth? Yeah, I know. I agree with you, M-Ball. There really is no debate. The globe is such a retarded, scientifically impossible, ludicrous, retarded thing that you would have to have like 0 brain cells at this point in time to actually believe it. That's all I've got to say about that. These people that desperately cling to this ridiculous idea are no different than the kid who's way too old to be believing in Santa Claus, still believing in Santa Claus. That's basically all there is to it. And where did Will Duffy get any knowledge whatsoever? He doesn't have anything. He's some kind of a CIA front or some shit. I don't know what he is, but he's definitely not a minister. And he definitely he doesn't know anything about cosmology whatsoever. Oh, do you have a working model? You don't have a working model, M-Ball. Your stupid idea, your stupid heliocentric dies upon inception because of the physical impossibilities. So I don't even know where you come from. Yes, you are extremely simple. Yes, go ahead and go. Why don't you come on up, M-Ball? The link is pinned. You can go ahead and come on up and explain to us how extremely simple it is. You can, while you're at it, you can maybe demonstrate a specific volume of gas without containment, or gravity preventing the equalization of gases, or anything that would back up your stupid ass retarded claim of,
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
So like what I said, yeah, well, no, okay, yes, because it's cold, stupid. Because it's cold. Why isn't all the other air falling to the fucking ground, you retard? Jesus Christ. Just stop. I don't even know why you come over here. You say stupid shit, you get knocked right out of the fucking balcony every time you talk. Holy sheep shit. Anyway, we're going to be covering that tomorrow night. And like I said, M-Ball, anytime, click the link, come up here and show us how simple it is. And maybe you can explain away your scientific impossibilities regarding a globular Earth, okay? That would be your best thing to do right off the bat. Maybe if you pull your head out of your ass and realize that you've been believing in a myth about mass attracting mass because some ass hat in your school told you that shit. It's only heavier than the air because it's cold, stupid. It dissipates. Do you not understand what the arrow of time is? Do you not understand what equalization is? Are you really that fucking stupid? If I drop some butane, is it going to sit here on this desk for an infinite amount of time? Is that what's going to happen? It's just going to sit there. I can just make a pile of butane on the fucking table. You retard. Jesus Christ. Where do you people come from? Once somebody explains how ludicrous your fucking belief is, and shows you the impossibilities about it. When you still try to cling on to it for some stupid ass reason, that just shows that you're not even a thinker. You don't even have any thinking abilities whatsoever. There's no possible way. What is this? Somebody asked, is this Nathan? It might be. Somebody asked, said, how can you have gas pressure without containment? I've not seen this yet. Let me bring this up real quick.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing? Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysicist, runs an observatory and profits from the lies. So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
So M-Ball, let me ask you something. Let's say we put it on the floor. Will it remain in a pile in the middle of the floor? What will happen to it? What will happen to it? Will it remain right there? If I can just take a chunk of butane and set it on the fucking floor, what's it going to do, M-Ball? Is it going to sit there in a chunk? Can I see your demonstrable and repeatable scientific experiment showing this? I bet you'll have to use a fucking container to do it. Right? Listen, I don't have any tolerance for these people anymore. It's just, I don't know, maybe that's becoming apparent. Just, I'm sick of the bullshit, you know? And I think everybody is. I think everybody is about sick of it. I really do. Spirit Airlines filed bankruptcy. I can't figure out why. Maybe this is one of the reasons. Here, these are actual employees, and somebody who's filming this is apparently in the customer area of this place. Listen to this bitch.
Go suck another dirty dick. Don't play with me. Do not play with me. Do not play with me, because I'm not the one nor the two.
Wait. Why would it spread out? Why would it spread out? Is it just going to spread out to what? Spread out and dissipate into the rest of the atmos? Yes, that's exactly what it's going to do. That's called dissipation, stupid. If I put water on the floor, it's going to stay there on the floor until it evaporates. Okay? M-Ball ain't proven nothing except that his brain is spinning around.
You're not the one or the two. Let's go. You ain't got shit. You ain't gonna do nothing. Like I said, keep my fucking name out your mouth, bitch. Mine is always in yours for some reason. No.
Yes, it's a fluid, M-Ball, but fluids are both comprised liquids and gases. Two separate states of matter.
Some reason. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here before I slap the shit out of you. You're not gonna snatch shit. Try me. You think you're fucking up? I'm not trying me.
Hey, M-Ball, the butane that we put here on the desk that last time we did it, guess what? It's not here anymore. Where did it go?
Bobby can't get up. I be done drop kick your ass. Fuck out of here, you dirty bitch. Yes, you are. Fuck out of here. You and your rabbit.
I mean, for real, why did they have to file bankruptcy? I wonder. Jeez. This is what happens when you don't have to really screen your employees. You know, or if it's considered to screening them is somehow bigoted or racist or anything. You know, you just, oh, well, I see that you seem to meet the criteria, so I'm going to just put you in this position. Oh, yeah. Yeah, M-Ball, I have to get some other butane out. You know why? Because the butane we put here on the table before, guess what? It's gone now. Huh. Wonder where it went. Nobody burned it. Dumbass. This is an interesting concept. Wow. What's happening, Chad?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Not too bad, man. We're doing all right here tonight.
What are the little people there for?
Well,
Just
they're
bring
regular.
water and cookies or something?
Yeah, right. Well, to get into those intricate places and stuff like that. I don't know, man. It's just, I guess, of course, that's AI. That's
right.
At first, though, I was hard pressed to tell if it was actually real footage from back in the day. But then I remembered they didn't have movie cameras, and I was like, oh, it's got to be AI.
Simple deduction, yeah.
This is what we call deductive reasoning. That's what their lunch. Pebble says their lunch.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Let your lunch run around. Yeah, man. I'm sorry, M-Ball. That butane that we had here on the table, it's gone. I don't know what ever happened to it. Any guesses?
Still coming back with the same arguments every time.
Oh my God, I know. They're like,
Must have got
I don't know. They're like they got like goldfish reset on their brains.
Yeah.
No, butane fell down on the ground. It didn't have anything to do with it being, dense and cold at all. That didn't even come into play. Not even a bit. It's stupid shit, people, man. I swear to God. And it's like, and M-Ball has been here 3 years in the chat.
Yeah.
Saying stupid shit in the chat. And won't click that link.
No.
Won't come up. Don't have a single demonstration. Don't have a single fucking proof of anything. Just make up some stupid shit about butane dropping. Cold air drops too. Regular air when it's cold drops too. You can feel it. That's why you turn the rotation on your ceiling fan to go the other way in the summertime. So it draws the cool air off the floor up into the rest of the house.
Yeah, what I've been doing lately. Well, the hot air, actually.
The hot air. Yeah, it's been. Listen, I don't even know what the fuck they got going on now. It was 20 something degrees this morning. Where are we at here today?
Yeah, it's been the negatives all week here, but it's about to hit a slight little warm up in the 40s. Well, 20s, 30s, 40s, kind of a slow progression, but
we're at 23 degrees here right now.
That's growing weather over here, but. But
man, yeah. I got up and went to let those dogs outside, and I let them out, and they would go through the carport to the gate, and the wind had blown the damn gate shut. And here I am just wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, barefoot. And I'm like, God damn it. So I run out there real quick and open the gate real fast. And I'm like, oh shit, get back in the house. And I'm like totally frozen. That's not the experience I'm looking for when I first get up.
No.
Okay? I already have to have the patience because they're like little kids. These dogs are like little kids. It's, oh, goody, daddy's up. Let's pester him about every damn thing we can think of. And of course, right off the bat, go outside.
Yeah.
And, I'm like, all right, I'll get you out. So I usually use the time when they're going outside to make my coffee, So I let them out the door and then I go make my coffee. This totally disrupted my whole routine. I was like, my day's just been fucking crazy ever since because of that
system. Don't you love it when pets like let out a little sigh? It's like, what's ailing you, little freeloader buddy?
Yeah. Well, what I'm told when your dog does that, that's a feeling. And also when they yawn, that's a displaying a feeling of contentment and security.
That makes sense.
So. They ought to feel content and secure.
Yeah, no kidding.
Little buggers. So we're officially in the idiocracy, man. Did you see what the president of Argentina gave Elon Musk a Doge chainsaw?
Oh boy.
Yeah. And there's of course President Camacho.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about where we're at. But I'll tell you what, some of the shit he's doing, I'm liking seeing what's going on.
Yeah.
With a lot of it. Some of it I'm not real tickled with. Where I see where it's got the potential to go, and I think that it is going.
Yeah.
But what a great way to get everybody to go along with it.
Yeah.
Season it up with some sugar.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the things they're good things that they're doing, but like you said, it's kind of can disguise other things that they want to do too. But at the same time, you look at all these people that are crying about some of the things they're doing. It's like that kind of shines a light on what they have been doing this whole time. It's like, oh, you're worried about where the gold is at Fort Knox. Oh, you're worried about the IRS. It's like you're fighting for some awfully weird things.
Well, this is stuff that I've been talking about for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember telling people, I'm like, dude, there's nothing in Fort Knox. They've been guarding a lot. There ain't shit in there, man.
I feel like the longer it goes, too, they're just going to figure out some way to get something there, but who knows? That's why I
try to put in some decoy gold. Maybe that's what all those gold shipments from England have been.
Yeah, I just saw that to New York or whatever.
You know, so, well, shit, if that's it, then cool. Lock it up, fire everybody, and keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All our troubles are over.
Well, I guess, and also, you know, going against this woke bullshit.
Yeah.
That's pretty popular, which shows you that the whole woke agenda bullshit wasn't really that popular to begin with. They were just giving you the perception of popularity.
Yeah, I mean, we've been under this spell that the minority controls us. It's like, what the, like...
Yeah.
I can't fathom it. It's all it takes is somebody to actually speak up and have a backbone, but at the same time, everybody's just like, well, we'll just go along with it. Go along to get along. It's like, no, man, you got to say something. Otherwise, they'll just give an inch, take a mile.
Well, now they're talking about giving everybody $5,000.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean,
so I don't know who's really running shit. Here's Elon was talking to somebody at CPAC, and this is about that.
Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you're gonna. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And the best part about it would be knowing where it came from. That's $5,000 that you sent them last year.
Totally, it's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean, that's like glorious. That's like the spoils of battle, you know.
I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So I talked to the president. He's supportive of that, and so it sounds like that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah. Let's talk.
Will it though? It sounds more like to me like a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, right?
I saw that like he was talking about, well, we'll give 20%. Well, Trump was give 20% to the people and 20% down on the debt. And it's like, why don't we pay off all the debt? But,
right. Well, who do you pay it to? I mean, there's something I ran across here too, something where Federal Reserve notes aren't even on the debt calculator anymore.
They added some new category to it too, like all the money that they're saving, some supposed. I mean, outside of articles, is there any proof they're really saving any of this money? I mean,
right.
Like, who knows?
Always these numbers.
Yeah, it's just one of those things again. It's like, oh, it's said, so it must be true. It's
fucking like, gas is still high.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, groceries.
Eggs. And so I saw a report out of Mexico. They don't have bird flu down there. They don't have bird flu down there. They got eggs are like $2 a dozen.
I had mentioned that the other day. It's like, you remember when Biden was, well, not that long ago, but when they had the whole baby formula shortage or whatever, it's like we flew some in from a different country. It's like you can do that with eggs. I mean, I don't believe in the whole thing anyway, but if it came down to it.
Well, it's what they're trying to do is also to make their propaganda go down. This is at least what they were trying to do. I don't know if they still are or not, but you reduce the population's protein intake and it makes them dull-witted.
Yeah.
This is the first thing that a cult does is totally control your diet. Mm-hmm. Sleep deprivation, fear, disorientation, nutritional deficiency. It's the best way to get to somebody's mind.
Sure.
Like that. And that's what they're doing. This is where he said there's no thing on there.
You guys out there think this is a joke? There is no more Federal Reserve note on the U.S. debt clock. It is now the U.S. Treasury dollar. QFS is in place. Let me show you. This is essentially the bill. This is on congress.gov. I'm going to show you guys. This is HR 6227. Look it up. This bill directs the president to implement a national quantum initiative program. Amongst all things, establish the goals and priorities for a plan to accelerate the development of quantum information science and technology applications. Quantum information science and the use of laws. Quantum physics for storage, transmission, manipulation, and measurement of information. What does this all mean? Let me put it in layman's terms. Basically, what it means is the monetary debt system is going to put an end to the financial slavery and control over the populace. The QFS is an advanced financial system launched to eradicate monopoly on a monetary system for that purpose. The system comprised of artificial intelligence and complex computer programs fully backed by banks as needed. Quantum financial system would be a breakthrough in the world of banking, which will lead to a new era of banking. QFS will not be influenced by government policies, rather be entirely backed by tangible assets like gold, platinum, silver, and will not be based upon mere piece of paper, which has no evidentiary value. National Quantum Initiative Act. Here it is, right on congress.gov, HR 6227, National Quantum Initiative Act. You guys go on QFS Live, you can read all these articles. These articles are really important. You can see, like, talking about the BRICS common currency, BRICS to create further payment mechanisms, precious metals is moving forward, etc. I don't tell you guys this to scare you, but the quantum financial system is in effect. It's already in effect. It's going through. The banks are shutting down. Silicon Valley Bank started it. Now the dominoes are going to fall. 187 banks are said to be wiped out. They don't have the assets. They don't have the gold. When you go and you put in your money in, they don't have the gold to back your money. So what they're doing is they're taking out loans from other bigger banks. And these bigger banks cannot loan them the money because they don't have the actual gold or the silver or the platinum. There's no monetary value that are backing cash. Cash is going to be gone. Cash is not king anymore, guys. It's going to be digital assets. And to be exact, these are some of those digital assets. You have XRP Ripple, XLM Stellar, Zenfin. You have IOTA. You have Algorand. You have gold. You have silver. I say this so you guys are prepared. Quantum financial system is in effect. Nicera. Go on QFS.live. Go on Congress.org. Trust me, this is in effect. You're not going to be able to get your money out of the banks. Silicon Valley started it. That bank fell. It started the domino effect. Dominoes are following. All the other banks are going to follow. Get ready for the digital dollar.
I don't like that.
No, that's kind of what I thought this was going with all this.
You got to dismantle the current monetary system before you can introduce the other one. And I think that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, let's face it, the last guy that talked about going and auditing Fort Knox and auditing the Federal Reserve didn't make it out of Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
So, but was it really over that, or was it through the disclosure of Israel's nuclear arms? I think it was a combination of all of it. Yeah.
I'd hope to find out in this report if they ever come out with it and if it's transparent, but with the Kennedy files or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. This is
like
crazy.
So if they don't have our money in the banks, do we start going after tangible assets? Like, I want the White House and all these other old world buildings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I want to take something. Let me get a piece.
I don't know. I don't
take
know.
Take our property back.
I don't know how this is going to end up unfolding, but for sure it's going to end up in digital currency. We've heard him talking about it and throwing it
where it's headed.
Yeah. I don't know, man. And then, I mean, some of the shit that they're doing, like telling Zelensky, you got to have a free and open election before we can do anything over there. Because nobody wants him to be president of Ukraine. And he knows that if they put it up to an honest election, he ain't going to win.
No, his popularity's in the tank.
He might get taken out by his own military before this is over.
I can't remember if it was Trump. Somebody was telling him, it's like, you better head to France before it's too late. Like, you ain't welcome to many other places.
And a lot of talk about Obama.
Yeah.
A lot of talk about Obama. A lot of shit coming out on X about his birth certificate. And hell, I was onto that when he was in office. You know? In fact, I got a few stints in Facebook jail for talking about it. You know? Now they just come out and say, yeah, he wasn't a U.S. citizen. I'm like, no shit. Now they're going, did you know Michelle is a man? No.
What a revelation.
Really? I mean, God, I've known this. We've known this shit for a long time. And then all of a sudden, because the powers that be say something now, it's, oh, You know, this has been the story of my whole life. I'm like, people say, did you hear about this, that, and the other? I'm like, motherfucker, I was telling you about that 10 years ago.
What
You
was
said
it?
I was a nut, you know?
Yeah. What was it? One of his kids did something not too long ago either. I don't know if it was like a name change or something. I can't remember. I read back a little while ago, but
whose
it was
kid?
something like one of Obama's kids. They I don't know.
Oh,
They like dropped the name. I can't remember what happened, but it was something kind of significant in that. Like, why would you do that?
well, yeah, they adopted those kids or
Well,
bought them,
yeah,
or bought them. Who knows, you know? In that group, shit, it's probably more likely that they bought them than anything.
Yeah.
But no. But here's some shit about Barack, good old Barack, and how it applies to this Diddy shit. This is coming out too.
And that did happen with Puffy.
We would be happy. Yeah. 1,000%.
You think Obama had anything to do with any of these parties that he had?
Absolutely.
Wow.
You got presidents, you got preachers. T.D. Jakes is one of the biggest black preachers around that everybody loves. Everybody in prison, if they try to get the word of religion, they're not going to the chapel somewhere. They're turning to watch T.D. Jakes. He had to resign from his whole community.
That's right.
You talking about the top of the top.
Unbelievable. Man, you know, I mean, I got a lot of questions with this guy, but you know, you answered the first one. How do you get away with something like this for all this time with all these people that are allegedly involved? You know, I want to tell you this. I was in the same tier, the same cell that Epstein was on. And Suge, there's no way in hell that guy could have committed suicide on that tier. I was in there for 7 months. There's no way.
And coming from you, I know you didn't know the truth. And I personally didn't think he was going to commit suicide. But the thing is, he had from Oprah Winfrey to everybody on that island. You know, anybody with a weird fetish, and that's what underage kids, was on that island. And everybody knew it. So it's not like it's a situation where all of a sudden, maybe, there's been a talk. And you know as well as I know, like you being on the same tier as him, he probably was going to tell it all. He up himself, you know?
No doubt. No doubt in my mind at all.
They made sure he did.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way he could have done it. You know, first of all, they're watching all the time. There's cameras, and just so happens that one particular time there's no cameras and no one monitoring that. I had eyes on me 24/7 when I was there. So, I mean, I knew it was impossible.
Always.
Yeah.
You have that one time to yourself.
Nothing
You're
at all.
always watching yourself.
So
always. No.
So yeah, up there, you know, he's talking about Epstein. How did Epstein, was he able to off himself in that area like that with all that surveillance and shit? And one of the people that was out there starting to chime in about this shit was Anthony Bourdain.
Mm-hmm. The guy that traveled.
Yeah. And he did a thing. He actually spoke out about Adam Schiff in the Standard Hotel. I think it was the Standard Hotel. And that he had been provided a doped up young African kid, and the dude died in the middle of while Schiff was violating him. And Schiff just thought he was passed out. And then when he figured out that the kid was dead, he freaked out and shit. There was quite a scene. And Bourdain was a witness to this.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I think is funny is because a lot of people speculate that is who they used as Epstein's body in those photographs where they show they brought him out, was Anthony Bourdain.
So. They kind of look alike.
And that did happen with Puffy.
I saw that clip too. Yeah. Who was the guy though? The guy interviewing Suge Knight.
I'm not sure who that guy.
One of the guards people, or was he an inmate?
I guess the guy had been in there before. I'm not really familiar with who the interviewer is, but I've seen other people too Somebody else who's got a prison past that's been talking about this shit a lot is Sean Atwood. Have you ever seen any of his bald-headed guy?
Maybe if I saw him, I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, he was when this Diddy stuff first broke. He was all over it. I got tired of it, so I haven't been watching a whole lot of it. You know.
Yeah.
Last I heard, his lawyer quit. Said I can't.
Yeah, I saw that. And supposedly, Pam Bondi said she's got the Epstein list on her desk, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But
Cash Patel said he was going to release that shit day one.
I hope they're serious, but something tells me it's, I don't know, one of those things where it's going to be redacted and half-assed, and you only get what you get type of thing.
Well, we'll see. We'll know.
More questions than answers.
It's like, why didn't you just go ahead? Oh, yeah. This guy's links are way out there. I know what you're talking about, Awakened Nemesis. Yeah. He's a mess. This guy, Myron Gaines. Have you ever heard him?
Sounds familiar.
He says, depression isn't real in most cases and how to overcome it. He says, you deserve to be depressed if you're a lazy piece of shit. You need to get your bitch ass up and do something.
It's the truth.
This is a hell of a pep talk. Listen to this thing. This guy goes for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. That's that Fresh and Fit guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, be 300 pounds and say, I'm depressed. I need medication. Well, hold on one sec, dumbass. Like, are you depressed because you're actually depressed, or is that a valid response to you being a fat piece of shit? That's why I think in most cases, I'll be honest with y'all, depression isn't real in most cases. Yeah, I fucking said it. Depression is not real in many cases. Most of the time when you're depressed, you deserve to be fucking depressed because you're a loser. Depression is a valid response to your inadequacy. You're a fat piece of shit. You're not making money. No one respects you. Girls don't want to be around you. Your parents are disappointed by you. No one in your fucking circle wants to be like you. You deserve to be depressed because you're a fucking loser. It's a very healthy response to you being a fucking dork. And a loser dork, and a poor dork, and a weak dork, or a fat dork.
That's harsh.
Yes. I mean, there's some truth to it, but yes, it's very harsh.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some wiggle room there, but nevertheless, I mean, he's going hard on this.
Or all of the above. So depression creates discomfort. That discomfort will hopefully motivate you to get off your ass and fucking do something. And then once you do something and you get an accomplishment, that'll make you feel better. You get a little bit of confidence, and then it allows you to continue the trajectory of success. This is why they say all the time, hey, little wins add up to big wins. Wake up in the morning, make your bed, you accomplish something for the day. Then go out and work, accomplish something for the day. Go to the gym, accomplish something for the day. You do that over a day, you feel better. You do it over a week, you'll feel better, even more better. Then you do it over a month, then you feel great. Then you do it for a year, you feel amazing. Then you do it for years, that's what we're talking about, fucking having a mindset of victory. Right? And that's the issue, is that people think that happiness is owed to them. It's not. It's really not. Happiness and being content, that's a bill, and it's due every fucking day, chat. That's the issue. We live in a society where people think they deserve to be happy. You don't deserve shit. Happiness is earned. Sorry, contrary to what the left or the liberals or the wokies or TV or mainstream media wants to tell you, you don't deserve to be happy.
No, you have a right for the pursuit of happiness. But a lot of people take that to mean that they are, guaranteed to have happiness. And I don't know where they get that shit from, man.
You really don't. It's earned and it's due every fucking day, and it's an expensive bill. A lot of you niggas can't afford it, if I'm going to be honest, because you're too fucking lazy. But if you are willing to go ahead and pay the price and do the fucking work, I promise you're going to feel better. Why is it that I don't see people depressed like that after they've made themselves become a somebody, making a bunch of money, going to the gym, and people respect them, people want to be like them? Most of the time, these people don't end up depressed. Yes, are there crazy examples? There always will be, where someone has it all and still offs themselves, of course. But the majority of people that are successful are pretty damn happy. You just don't hear about it because they're not crying about it on the internet. You only know about the ones where they do something to themselves because obviously that's a news story. But I would argue that most people that go to the gym, take care of themselves, are successful, killing it in life, they're not depressed. Without any down, there is no up. Without, feeling good, right? The reason why you feel good is because you felt bad before. You need that polarity to appreciate what you have. But we live in this crazy world again, where people think that happiness is owed to them, and it's simply not. That's actually one of the biggest lies we tell people in modern society, that happiness is owed to you, that you deserve it. One of the biggest fucking lies we tell people. Truly. And it's destructive. Because people go through their life and their life sucks, and they're like, oh, damn, why am I so sad all the time? Why am I so depressed? I deserve to be happy. I saw it on TikTok. But then, if you run into my videos, which they're trying to fucking ban all the time, but I give it to you real, especially if you're a man. Your happiness as being a man, 9 out of 10 times is going to come from your accomplishments. Competence leads to accomplishments, which then leads to confidence. I've been saying that shit since fucking 2020, man. Again, competence leads to accomplishments, which then leads to confidence. Confidence is earned, and so is your happiness. And again, it's a build due every fucking day, chat. So look, most of the time when they market and say, you're depressed, you need medicine. No, you don't. You need to get your bitch ass up and do something. You need to fucking get something done. You need to go seize the day. Because as a man, it's in your biology to be productive. And if you're not, the natural recourse for you being a lazy piece of shit is depression. And you deserve it, quite frankly. You deserve to be depressed and sad if you're a lazy piece of shit. You truly do. Sorry. There's winners and losers. Not everybody's going to be a winner. This participation trophy bullshit that we have, no, it's not real.
Listen, and that participation trophy bullshit, and I like the way that he called it that, that's exactly what led to this DEI shit. Here's this loser sits out there and goes, oh, I don't understand. I can't get a job because I dress like a woman and dyed my hair all purple and I have a tattoo of a skull on my face, boo hoo. And it's like, that's because you made some really shitty fucking decisions. That's why you're not getting, and if you do get a job, it's going to be something on the third shift in the back room where nobody can fucking see you or have to deal with you, So the only way they had to override that was to have some kind of legislation put in there that you have to have so many freaks, Yeah.
I think he made some good points, but also a lot of it comes down to get off the internet, get some fresh air, get some vitamin D. There's some other factors that are with it these days.
Right.
The chemicals in our food. I mean, there's, and I'm not being a victim or blaming it all on that, but you got the internet. People are less social than they used to be. You don't have as much social engagement, and then people rely on the internet, like social apps to communicate with each other. It's like we didn't have that until a certain point in our lives.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. Well, it's already interesting to see what kind of an impact that's had on the way people act.
Starting the show.
Yeah. It's bad, but yeah, what he's saying is like you get up, you make your bed, you do this, that, and the other, you feel
the Jordan Peterson type of.
Well, that releases endorphins. If you notice when they diagnose you with depression, they say you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. Damn. So then you have to ask us, say, well, wait a minute, which one's out of balance and how do I get it back into balance? Well, we don't have any way to test for that, but you're going to give me some kind of medication to take care of it when you don't even really know what the hell it is. And what he's saying makes sense, is that by doing these accomplishments and working yourself and doing those kind of things, actually releases those chemicals that you're lacking in your brain. And like you were saying, vitamin D and sunlight. Oh my God, we get so little of it.
Yeah, fresh air.
Yeah.
Get outside,
he was talking about going to go and see about getting on some meds and this, that, and the other. I said, well, do me a favor first before you do that. I said, on your lunch break, is there an organic store nearby? He said, yeah. I said, I want you to go down and get yourself a good, healthy, organic salad. Sit outside someplace and eat it. Do that for a couple of days, and then let me know how you feel about it. And then if you still feel like that, then go, by all means, go get some of that suicide pills or whatever. Go have at it. And it worked. I mean, he said, yeah, that had a remarkable change. I said, yeah, because your body's responding to the outside stimulus.
Yep.
We're responsive and resonant creatures. We require the things that nature gives us, but we spend most of our lives shunning those things. You know, it's like a real interesting thing. I saw it recently on X. There's an episode of the Brady Bunch that is never aired. And it's the one where everybody caught measles. And they treated it like it was no big deal. You know, well, I guess you have to go be in bed rest for a couple of days. Oh, no, now Jan has it. Okay, well, so all the kids were home. And then, you know, the funny thing at the end was eventually Alice caught it too. But they don't show that anymore because it shows it not to be a big deal. Whereas now they tell these mothers, oh, you could get measles and be dead in a week.
Yeah.
You got to get this fucking vaccination. You got to get this shot. You got to do this, that, and the other. You're constantly in fear. Not to mention the potential for manifestation of that shit by planting it into your mind to begin with.
Yeah. And who do you think back getting that off the air? Pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
Doobie, 300 pounds.
Easy, guy. Easy. Oh my God. Yeah.
Edwin in chat kind of brought up a good point too. And I noticed like he was definitely reading off something, but he's like, what is the guy selling? Because that's Alex Jones' little gimmick too. But you know, sometimes they're telling you the things that you want to hear, and then they're promoting some kind of like health products.
He does. He promotes some kind of a health product or gym or something.
And I more so go the natural way. Forget even the. I mean, you can supplement to a degree, but I mean, even some of these things, these like miracle drugs.
Yeah, I got chicken pox too, NEO Drifter.
Yeah,
I caught him too. And you know, doctor said, my mom says, well, what do I do with his brother? You know, how do I keep his brother? And he says, put him right in bed with him.
Yeah, that's what we did.
It's like, yeah, they'd have like chicken pox parties. So all the kids would get the chicken pox all at the same time, get it the fuck over with.
That's what my parents did to me and my sisters.
Yep. Same thing with the mumps. I remember I had the mumps. I had chicken pox. I never did get measles. At least I don't think I did. You know, the regular host of childhood diseases that they act like now they're a fucking death sentence.
Yeah.
And they're, you know, it's like, wait a minute, there ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, it was uncomfortable. I ran a bit of a fever.
Natural immunity.
Yeah. And of course, you know, there's people my age that you see around, they have what's called a pock mark on them someplace.
Yeah, I got one. Yeah.
From where you scratched at it anyways.
Yeah, I picked the scab, yep.
Yep. And you got a little pock mark. Was it Southern they would have lived back in the 50s? Yeah, that's just it right there. We got all those regular things. It was known. Even I remember, you ever heard of a poetry book by Shel Silverstein called Where the Sidewalk Ends?
I have it.
Okay, so you know the one. Let me see. We had to learn this in 5th grade, I remember. Let's see, it goes. I cannot go to school today, said little Peggy Ann McKay. I have the measles and the mumps, a gash, a rash, and purple bumps. My throat is dry. I cannot speak. I do believe my knees are weak. I forget. That's about as far as I remember the whole poem from now. That's pretty good from 5th grade.
I was about to say that's pretty good because I would have never remembered all that.
But you notice the ones that the measles and the mumps, like these are things that people had. People got them, you know. I don't think there was anybody in my classes that didn't end up getting the chicken pox or didn't end up getting the mumps or something, you know, at least at one
point in time. Yeah.
Yeah. But now they treat it like it's some kind of a foregone death sentence. You know, you're just that's it. You're a leper now. gonna die and shit.
I know it's still around, but you don't really hear of it that much anymore. Chicken pox, that is.
No, and these people, they freak out, and this is what a lot of times people do too, is the abuse of what we call emergency systems. Like, nobody just calls the police anymore. They dial 911. 911 was supposed to be a very short, easy, quick response number for emergencies.
Mm-hmm.
Not because there's a guy walking through the neighborhood that doesn't look like he belongs there. Not for any of that stupid shit.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you call the regular police number for. But no, anymore they call 911. Same thing with being sick.
Yeah, I was about to say doctors too. Yep.
Yeah. And I've had people say, man, I think I'm coming down with the flu. I'm going to go down to the ER. And I'm like, it's the flu. It's not a fucking emergency. Why are you going to the ER? It doesn't make any sense.
If you break your leg or something like that, I mean, I can see that.
Right.
You know, it's
slice
not,
your
you don't want to
artery
become a
open.
customer. Sorry.
You're cutting tomatoes and you slice your artery open or some shit like that. That's an ER thing. That's an emergency thing.
Right.
Not because you have a headache or some shit like that. And I've seen people, they go down there, and the ones that do that are the ones that are getting that insurance through the government subsidy type shit, through Medicaid or Medicare and stuff.
That are hypochondriacs, yeah.
Yeah. You know, like I can't stand to be in a hospital or an emergency room or anything like that. To me, the only difference between that and jail is the bars.
Yeah.
And the suits the people wear. Other than that, you never know what time it is. The lights are always on. You can't get a straight fucking answer to any question from anybody that works there. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on. Nobody.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I don't know. That's not my job. You know, oh, okay. What is your job? Well, to say that this is not my job, I guess. You know, what's happening, RG? Mr. Porter is here tonight. And you're muted. That's why nobody can hear you, Porter, because you're muted.
So is RG. You're muted too. There
Yep.
you go.
Hey, buddy. Let me pause my TV. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with my hands. I don't want to have an echo. 1 second. 1 second.
Having a hard time with your hands. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. Oh my God, I ran across this. You want to see something funny?
Hey. Sorry about that.
This woman had to do she was on the side of the road with police. This is funnier than hell. I don't know what the hell this chick was on, but watch this.
Put your head down. Okay, now open your mouth. Put your tongue up. That's your head. Put your tongue up. Just your tongue. I'm not really sure what you're doing. Look at me. Okay. Open your mouth. Put your tongue up. Like this. That without raising your head. Put your head back down. Go like this. Okay. Okay, now raise your tongue up. There you go.
What the fuck?
Okay, vampire.
She was seeing demons. That was good.
Did you see this is now I'll tell you something. This is why Trump is popular. Okay? It's because he doesn't act like how normally these stiff necks act like up on stages or behind a podium. He just calls it out and says it like you would. Or like any of us would. He called out Maine's governor because she's not going to comply.
Yeah, so
DEI shit. This is funnier than hell. This is.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
What?
The NCAA.
That was brutal. Good luck with your politics because I don't think you'll have a career. Oh man.
I mean, his comedic timing. Well, it ain't just all comedy, but his comedic timing is impeccable.
Oh yeah, yeah. This guy's definitely a showman.
Yeah.
All right, we got.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Chicago.
Yeah, you too,
Hey,
man.
hey, Sav, on
Yo.
just to piggyback, I'm gonna land the plane quick, but to piggyback on what you were saying, yeah, they gave a figure I saw the other day of waste per year of what they're cutting, making people comply, so on and so forth. It's all tied in, but it was somewhere between 320 and 400 and like it was like low teens billion
Oh God.
dollars that we could be using for other things.
Well, see, and that's a lot. Now, let me tell you something. When I heard him talking about the debt, the national debt, when I was even like in high school, and prior to that, they were talking about billions.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars in debt, right? But now that's shadowed over by the word trillion. See, and people don't even understand. They don't even understand how much a billion is.
In no time fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it just gets, quicker and quicker to the next quadrillion. Isn't that what's next or something like that?
Quintillion, some shit
Yeah.
like that. But I mean, like we've said on here before, if you made $1 a second, 24/7, it would take you 31,780 years to reach $1 trillion. That's insane.
Wow.
Better kick up my exercise.
What are we, 34 trillion, something like that now? 36? Let's look at the debt
Yeah,
calculator.
36 something, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, with through money mechanics, it states that it states the truth just in their language, but basically let's just say for every 100 billion we borrowed from the Fed, they would only print out or put that much in the community, in the system, but then they charge interest. That doesn't exist, so it's perpetual debt for sure. You can never pay it back.
Let me see here. I got the let's see, I've got the debt. US national debt's at 36,510,000,000,000 right now. I'm looking to see where would they say the money supply, future USA Treasury dollars. Oh, down here in the corner. That's going up.
This is probably a bit controversial, but I say it all the time. I don't believe that there is any money but the money that they take from us. Like, I don't think they print all this money they claim to print. And I mean,
Right.
who knows?
Well, I think only 3% of physical money exists.
Right.
The rest of it's digital. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
the money they take from you.
Yeah, it's just
anything else. All these millionaires, billionaires, whatever. That's all just computer numbers. Just punch it in, put it in, punch it in, and take it off. They're not as rich. Like all these athletes to get these contracts and stuff. Look at after they're done, or some of them, they're already broke. It's like they never had the money to begin with. They're just not the chosen one anymore.
Yeah, it's wild how how much they speak to us about you can't have your own currency or print your own currency, but they do it. Like
Yeah.
the first time there's competition, yeah, you're gonna get visited.
Yeah.
Hey, is there any truth to the solve? I meant to ask you since I came on. Is there any truth to the chat about Trump's first term? He was working kind of behind the scenes with a lot of military to disband the USA corporation, like we're all under how we're listed as a corporation.
I don't know. There's a lot to support that. I mean, I'm looking at these meetings he had with these various leaders around the world, including the Queen of England, the Pope, the Saudi prince, who seem to be in capitulation to him in their whole demeanor and actions. We have the thing of the military turning their back on Joe Biden. There's a lot of things that would point to that, but God, who knows? Who knows? This whole thing's a big show to begin with. I think these recent moves with auditing the Federal Reserve and going to audit the gold at Fort Knox, I think those are definitely steps in that direction. I definitely do. But what's to come in its place?
Yeah, BDC.
You know, you destroy Mecha Godzilla, and Mecha Godzilla 2 takes his place, you know, with laser beams and shit, you know. It's worse than what we come out of, you know, a typical out of the frying pan into the fire type situation. I do like the idea that this supposed digital currency is actually going to be backed by physical gold, platinum, silver, and things like that. I do like that idea, but I don't know. It still looks like a potential for fuckery, especially when it's on a digital platform. You know, I mean, let's face it. How many people and corporations and different things have been hacked since the computers have been online? How many people have had their emails hacked, had their Facebook hacked? See, that's going to be the new thing, is people's money getting hacked.
And now you got AI, so you know that's just another tool that makes it even easier.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, I think what they're going to do, or what they pretty much have already completed, is with the AI, they get people to take, like on social media, when they update the social media sites or get you to agree to certain terms, I think they're stealing people's likeness to merge Hollywood and AI as far as financial, and try to consolidate through technology, and just make it out to be like, I don't want to say a social credit system, but some kind of other kind of media is going to pop up like social media did. It's going to be some kind of, how do you say it, interactive media through, you know, fiber optics or whatever they're doing with neutrinos, all that. AI and artificial reality is going to merge, and somehow you're going to be on like the blockchain, your body, your how do they say it? Body area network.
I don't know.
They can already look at, something like
all
that.
I can say is you young people better fight like hell, because I'm on my way out of here, babe. You know, by the time this shit gets rough, adios. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, it's something to be excited about for sure, because it's just another door opening when you're, you know, I guess your energy goes from here, goes somewhere else, transmutes maybe.
Well, this is kind of like along those lines what you were talking about, you know, that they're just kind of like actors, right? AOC was actually casted. Alexandria, of course, Ocasio-Cortez, whatever the fuck her name is, AOC.
Yeah, of course.
She was actually, check this out.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is not really the Congresswoman of New York's 14th Congressional District. She is essentially an actress. She's merely playing the part of a New York Congresswoman. I know this sounds crazy, but bear with me. In 2017, a group called the Justice Democrats held auditions for potential congressional candidates that they would run on their platform for various congressional seats throughout the country. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's brother Gabriel submitted her for the role. Now, I've auditioned for many acting roles in my day. I've also cast many of my own projects. I know how this works. If you find somebody with star power, even if they don't 100% fit the part, you go with it. Obviously, AOC has star power. Just look at her. She's a superstar, the most famous person in Congress, maybe ever. Their casting was perfect. Now, I didn't have to go digging for evidence for this, because they freely admit it. They brag about it.
Back in 2016, we put out a call for nominations. We got over 10,000 nominations. Out of those 10,000 nominations, we found Alexandria.
My brother told me that he had sent my nomination in the summer, but I was like literally working out of a restaurant, and I was like, there's no way.
A casting call. They had a casting call. They cast Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the role of Congresswoman. And they did this so they could promote their own agenda.
What the fuck?
She's dumber than a box of rocks, but
Alexandria
Yeah, maybe that's just her part, though.
right. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Where was
I mean,
that?
Harris just she signed with some talent agency recently.
I was just finding
Some
I
Hollywood.
just saw a thing. It was on the maybe I hope I saved it. It was about the these holograms, how they can do it. Let's see, maybe that. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is nuts, man. The way they've come with this. And there again, you don't know if you're actually seeing the real dude or whatever. So you could actually have a president give a speech in front of millions of people and not take the risk of getting assassinated because the guy on stage is just a hologram, man. You know?
I've always found most exciting about the hologram effect and hologram illusion industry is the ability to beam anybody from anywhere to anywhere in real time. So what we've decided to do was we shrunk these giant hologram stage apparatus from big arena stage pieces into what you see right here. This is Portal. It's the size of a vending machine. It fits in the corner of a room, and it beams in a 4K resolution image in real time. You can create, you can beam anybody from anywhere to anywhere in real time. And when you're looking into the camera, you're looking into your audience's eyes. So if you're an educator, or if you're a politician, or if you're an inspirational speaker or a religious leader, you could beam from the safety and security of your own campaign headquarters or from your own judges' chambers or wherever you are into anywhere that you need to be in real time.
Is that crazy or what, man? Oh, we've been joined by Leo Slayer and Obama 10 and Sanderson 7476 over on the Rumble side. Let's give them a whoop whoop for that.
Whoop whoop.
I got little sirens. I can set off. Ooh, there we go. That's what's cool over on the Rumble chat. Is they got little sirens and shit over there.
Emojis.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're animated. Which
did you just hit a sound effect, Sav?
Did I what?
Did you hit a sound effect? You said something about sirens.
Oh no, it's just like a little flashing siren light.
On their side. Okay.
Little animated emoji type thing.
Yeah, they're all animated over on the Rumble side. It's pretty cool.
That hologram dude looked realer than the guy that was being projected.
I know. I thought that too. I was like, he looks better in the box than he does out in front of the screen. I don't know, man.
I wonder if it's that, like in sync, even when it's hundreds or thousands of miles away.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard about something called a telectroscope?
A telectroscope?
Right, kind of like if you mix electric and telescope, it's something called a telectroscope that came out in the mid-1800s, and an artist recreated one. And when you look into it, kind of like those portal things, well, it's a reflection of whoever is across the ocean. It's a big, long telescope, about, I'd say 30, 40 foot long, laying on the ground. But anyway, if you look, that's where TVs, radios, everything came from, what's called a telectroscope. I thought it was cool. Yeah. You have to check it out.
Where would you see something like that? Like, where would you find?
Just go to Google, type in telectroscope, and the history of it, everything's on Wiki, but there's also a few artists that have recreated them and put them up in major cities. I thought it was really cool.
What's the main use of it, or is it like experimental?
Yeah, well, it was one of the very first concepts a guy thought of with having real time or faster than light reflections in like I say, if you look into the big part of the what we would think would be like a big, huge telescope, but it's called the selectroscope, where you're looking at people across the pond, like across the Atlantic or Pacific in different countries. But now they use fiber optics to
like
run
a mirage or something.
Yeah, and it says that the original guy conceptualized that this kind of mirror technology or concave shaped glass or would how would you say it? It would produce a image that it traveled so fast that you could see in the past. I know it sounds, but you just have to read about it. Yeah.
Kind of along the lines of the chronovisor.
Yeah.
That's supposedly in the Vatican. I don't know. I'm skeptical on a bit of that. I think this is interesting. Hundreds of NASA employees decide to resign as the Doge investigates the space agency. Huh. You know something else I'm curious to see? You know something else I'm curious to see is they've pulled this USAID money, and they found out that shit had been financing
influencers.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I'm curious to see that too.
So I'm wondering to see what will happen with these flat Earth hater channels.
Because I have noticed some popular channels have gotten some better equipment to do their shows with, you'd say. But anyway.
Yeah. There's Roger showed up. Roger's here. Greg B's here. Flat Earth New Zealand's here with us tonight. One Mind, One Spirit. We got 138 in here watching on the YouTube side right now. And over on the Rumble side, we've got 8.
Right on. Hey, welcome everybody. Hey, and Sav, I want to ask you about the Doge thing with NASA. Did they make any of that public yet? Do you know?
They haven't.
Not yet. Not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. They sure did put up a bitch about it though, right off the bat.
Seems like a lot of those people are resigning once they find out they're coming knocking at the door.
Yeah.
Took a payout.
Well, not only that, they're just getting out of town while the getting's good.
Oh, you mean with the house fit and everything and the
all of them?
Yeah,
there's a lot of they're going after all kinds of people.
Is this the thing?
EPA, they're touching about every 3-letter agency there is so far.
Yeah, energy. That's the energy grid, right?
EPA, that's environmental.
Oh,
I heard a lot of talk about in the Biden administration, they were letting things slip through customs that are like major components to making the energy grid working, and that they were letting them slip in. China used parts that China had access to remotely to these big transformers.
Sounds pretty on par with a lot of things they've been doing.
Listen, oh my God, this is funny as shit. The next time you think you're having a bad day or that life's just picking on you, keep this person in mind. This is funny as hell. Watch this. And then fell down on top of him. Didn't just come blowing across the parking lot and hit him and knock him down. It fell over on top of them. That's what's so crazy. Watch this shit.
Had a vendetta.
Over.
You didn't put me back in the cart return.
Right? It's a Cart Narcs did that shit. You ever watch that Cart Narcs? This guy.
No, but that's one of my pet peeves.
Oh my God, you might look him up on YouTube. In fact, maybe I'll find one.
It's like you can walk all around the damn store, and then you can't put it 2 feet away from you. Can't put the damn thing back so don't hit somebody's car or something.
Karma.
So maybe I'm just being a complainer.
It was a big deal, like on social media for like I don't know 2 or 3 days. but this guy came out of Walmart and seen a bike by itself, jumped on the bike, took off riding, and this old lady came running, be like, "Get off my bike! He's got my bike! Someone help!" And this dude that I guess he's a regular around town was on a horse and ran his ass down, roped him up, and then called cops. Yeah, oh yeah. You have to check it out. It's pretty funny.
The local news. Oh, sorry.
This is Cart Narcs.
We got a full spot block. What's going on? That's not where the carts go.
I can leave it anywhere I want, no?
No. Well, yes, technically. But we can, there's all kinds of things we can want to do, but we know they're the wrong thing to do. We have these cart returns, right?
Yep.
Why not use the cart return?
Because I don't want to.
Why not? But what, do you want to pull into a spot where our cart will be blocking your spot? You do? You want to have to get out of, what?
What, are you enforcing anything or what?
Ethics and morality, yes, sir.
I don't have morality. That's out the window.
What?
Since the 20th.
The 20th?
The 20th.
What happened in 2020?
Find out.
Oh, I was around. I was alive. It's a magnet, says Lazy Bone. There you go. Good guy. Okay, so I think you've rethought your morality, right?
This is my property?
Right. Oh.
My property?
Right.
You don't touch it?
Let's see now. Your car? No, it's not touching you.
Go tell to come and tell me about the car.
Why do they have to tell you? Why can't I tell you?
Because you're nobody.
Oh no, I'm the cart narc.
Don't do it again. I'm telling you, don't do it again.
Then what? Will you change your mind to be a nice person?
We'll find out. Okay.
What will I find out?
Instead of just going, you know what? You're right, man. That is kind of fucking. That's an asshole thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, you're right. I'm going to go put it in the cart return. Thank you, man, for calling me out on that. No, he's going to just hold on to his own ass with this, you know, like, no, I don't have to, unless somebody from the store came out and told him to.
Yeah, exactly. In all fairness, I probably wouldn't have cared for him putting a magnet on my car either, but
No, that's a little point of contention I've got as well too. But it's not hurting anything.
No, but yeah.
And it does put them into place, you know. It's like especially if they don't realize it.
Yeah.
They get home and it's on there and it says, you know, because I've seen him where he puts it on the back of the car.
That kind of reminds me. You ever seen that Family Guy where like Peter's driving around the parking lot trying to find a spot, and then like there's always something in the spot that he's trying to find, like a small, like a cart or a small like motorcycle or something.
Mm.
Every time he's starting to pull into one spot, he's like, "Oh, damn it."
I do that sometimes. I'll pull up and go, "Oh, great, there's a spot right up here," and I get up there and it's some little short ass car.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuffed up in there. Somebody around here drives one of those silly ass little smart cars.
Yeah, little circus con cars.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like when it stops, it looks like it should have a little key sticking
Little
out.
wind up.
Wind it up or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys,
Being an accident, one of those things.
I've seen people chase this guy around the parking lot and shit, wanting to kick his ass.
I'm telling you, please return your cart.
Don't do it again.
Or else what? Gotcha. Right there. It's up front, so it's harder to get. Now, sir, what you fell for there is the fake out. I didn't even do it, but your pride made you get out. See, what happened to morality? Why can you be immoral and I don't have to be immoral?
He threw it on the hood.
Oh, ooh, security's here. This could make for an interesting interaction if he decides to get out and talk to them, which he didn't even do because he's so lazy. Oh, here he goes. Watch this. Sneak. Yeah, how's it going?
What's going on?
Yeah, this guy, what he did is he dumped his cart out where it was could hurt the other cars. So what he's
doing here?
Well, I'm helping him not do that. See, what he did is...
What is your title in this property? What do you do?
My title is, I'm Agent Sebastian of the Cart Narcs. I keep lazy bones like this guy from being lazy and
You need
harmful.
to leave the property.
Now, officer, what would you rather have?
I would rather you leave the property. They just called me.
Do you know what happened?
Yeah.
Loose carts cause damage.
Okay.
He wants to cause damage. He wants to cause damage to your
I'm gonna call the
shoppers.
cops if you don't leave the
I will
property.
leave the property. I agree. But can I explain?
No, you don't have
Why don't you want to listen to me?
I don't need to listen.
Because you're lazy?
Call me on the radio.
Put that back
Oh, don't
on
hustle
that
lazy
guy's car.
bones. Don't be an enabler.
Have a nice day, sir.
Oh,
You need to leave before I call the cops.
I will leave. I told you I will. But you still don't understand why I'm here.
No answer.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Huh? All right, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Thank you for your service, though. Cart Narcs out. Now, Narketeers, I'll debrief a little bit here.
Hey, when's this going up on YouTube?
You know what? For you, I'll get it up tonight. How about that? What I tell the guys a lot of times is we don't. When they ask us to leave, we leave because you know.
I know.
But I'm telling him he's a fan. He's actually on the right side of history over here. But see, the problem with the security oftentimes is they don't want to hear, like you know. So, but I'm not going to bother them. You know, they're just.
Anyway, that's Cart Narcs. I'll put a link in the chat. I usually think they're kind of funny.
Don't piss off Paul Blart. I'll call the real cops.
Yeah, right. That mall cop guy.
Yeah.
Is that the
Yeah,
movie? Yeah.
Kevin James, I think. I want to say.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Mhm.
That's the guy. He's all right.
Yeah, I didn't mind. King of Queens is okay. A little show.
Is that the one he was on? You know, that was
Yeah.
another one of those that had the demasculated husband who was always getting into a mess, and the assertive, smart wife that was always having to bail him out of it. You know, that was a social conditioning thing that they did.
Yeah,
You see how a lot of men, they act like that. They act like that, like, oh, happy wife, happy life. Oh,
Yeah.
bullshit.
The programming.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. There's old Adam Schiff. Oh, this guy, he cracks me up too. I love this.
That's
this
why
guy.
All in the Family was the king. But
Yeah, All in the Family. He was the head of the house. You know,
I
that
still
kind of
watch
thing.
it.
Yeah, I love All in the Family. You couldn't put that. They couldn't put a show out like that today.
No,
no freaking way.
No, some of the things he says.
You know, they have Edith's chair and the little table between him and his chair, in the Smithsonian.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. This guy cracks me up. I love this. If you've ever worked in a retail situation or whatever with people, wrong one.
I hated it.
This guy cracks me up. Check this out.
You just lost yourself a customer. You think I own this business? You think I own IKEA? I'm a part-time employee halfway through a 2-week notice. I don't give a shit. I'm telling all my friends not to shop here. Tell them. You think I want 5 other yous running around the store? Have them call me. I'll tell them. You think you hate this place more than me? I work here. I know the sale ended last week, but can I still get a discount? Do you hear yourself? We can't go backwards. Time marches on. You want the sale from 15 years ago, too? When's it end, Diane? You want that price? You're going to have to go through the quantum realm with Ant-Man. Do you know how much money I spend here? More than you should. Meatballs ain't that good. Save your money. End my time. Doesn't matter how much you spend here. We don't thank our donors. This isn't PBS. Every time I come here, my order gets messed up. Then stop coming. Make my day. Every time you come here, your order's messed up. Sounds like you're making the mistake. Look inward. You're ordering the wrong shit. I'd like to speak to your manager. I'd like to speak to your mother. Tell her she should be embarrassed. She raised someone to act like a baby in public. You want to speak to the manager, please? The manager doesn't know what's going on. Haven't you ever worked anywhere before? I know that's not right. I used to work here. Well, things change. Sorry they didn't run it by you first. You used to work here. Well, I used to be happy. And you walked in. Can you just check in the back? Can you just accept we don't have it? The back ain't some magical place. What do you think is back there? Santa's workshop? The only thing back there is a clipboard with our schedules and some brownies Darcy brought in. The website said it was in stock, and what do your eyes say? Sometimes it's wrong. The website also has pictures of employees smiling. You see that? You should go yell at your computer instead of me. It'll get you the same result. Nothing. This is cheaper at other stores. Then shop there. Why are you here? Do you need directions? I'll get you some. I'll call you an Uber. Cheaper at other stores. I don't set the prices. I'm a seasonal employee. You working hard or hardly working? I'm hardly laughing. I'm already at work. I don't have time for a second job pretending you're funny. Why don't you tell me something I don't hear every day? Like, thank you. You should open up more registers, and who's going to work them? You think I'm the only one ringing you up because I called dibs? You want me to clone myself, or you saying you want to apply? Well, you see, we're shorthanded. Where's your resume? I can't believe they have you working Thanksgiving. I can't believe you're shopping. Why do you think I'm here? It's because of you. I have to stand here for 15 hours so you can yell at me instead of your family. I work retail. I don't even remember what Thanksgiving is. The customer is always right. About what? How to piss me off? You think you're God because you went shopping? You're not infallible, Susan. You're at the mall. Always right. That's why you're on your 9th try hitting the button for credit. Do you have any coupons for me? That's what I ask you. We all have our roles to play. Oh, you think you just found a cheat code for the store? Oh yeah, do a few 100% offs back here for the smart customers. Bring your own. Didn't scan? Must be free, and you must be out of your mind. I think you're the first person to say that. You're not even the first one today. Don't worry about the scan. I'll type in the product code and charge you double. I swear, I fake laugh at this job so much, I forget how my real one sounds. You're open for 10 more minutes? I'll be quick. Quickly move into the exit? This ain't a basketball game. We're not playing to the buzzer. You had the choice to hold a bunch of minimum wage workers hostage or go shopping tomorrow. You chose wrong. Get out.
What's wrong with me?
Do you work here? Obviously, yes. How many people you know wear a name tag recreationally? You think I'm at the counter because I got lost? Do I work here? No, I'm just dressed like this because I'm going to the midnight premiere of IKEA the movie.
Yeah, shit. I've worked in restaurants, you know, and these people come in.
You just lost yourself
15 minutes before you close.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you're shitting me, right? You know, and I used to tell them, say, well, I said, we are getting ready to close, so we only have a few of the items on the menu available. Like, grill is shut off, dude. We're not cooking no more stuff tonight. It's all over. But it says you're open till 9. Yeah, that's for people that came in and ordered food that was going to last up till they were eating. You know, we stay open for those people that haven't finished and everything, you know. But we don't seat any more people after that period of time. Now, if you'd like, you know, something that's already prepared up, we can do that. But I mean, that would be incredible. I would never do that. You know, it's like then you're going to hold them hostage, and you have them come in and you allow it, right? Fire the grill back up. They'll order something, and then they want to sit there and sit there and sit there and sit there. And pretty soon everybody else has gone home. It's just you. You're waiting to lock up because these clowns can't get done with doing what they're doing. They do that to us up there on the mountain, man. I remember one time I just started shutting off lights, man. It was like, take a fucking hint and go home or something.
Right. Yeah, I worked at retail for a short little time. We used to have to do like a closing speech, like, hello, customers, you know, it's about time to close. And I'd always do it like a couple minutes early and get in trouble with the manager. Like, you can't, it's got to be at 15 minutes before we close. It's like, there's barely anybody here. It's like, we need to get these guys out or they'll be here till the buzzer.
Yeah. So we come in right like as you're getting ready to close. I just need to get one thing.
Yeah.
Then they're in there for a week. You're like, motherfucker, it wasn't just one thing. You got a whole week's worth of
in there
shit.
looking around.
Right. God. So apparently something about draconians or lizard people don't like the sound of bells. And that's the reason that they got rid of all the bells. Now, somebody was on here. I'm trying to remember who it was that told me, was it Porter?
I'm not sure.
Fuck, I can't remember.
Porter, get up here.
Yeah, Porter. I thought I saw him pop up backstage and then it went away when RG was here. I clicked on it and it went away. Anyway, they know somebody that goes around and replaces those bells with electronic systems that mimic it. But I don't know. There might be something to that, you know?
Yeah.
At this point in our lives, anything is possible.
Reptilians and Dracos cannot stand the sound of bells. They despise the sound of bells. The moment that ringing begins, they instinctively want to run. That's why the Tartarians had these bells made, and they had them everywhere. The reptilian despises the sound of bells. The moment the ringing begins, it reacts instinctively, running from the source as fast as it can. The sound is more than just a painful noise to its sensitive ears. It's a torment that cuts deep. Each bell's unique frequency gnawing at its mind. The variation in pitch and tone drive the reptilian to the brink of insanity, triggering an obsessive response that it cannot control. This is why they were collecting bells, because the reptilians cannot stand the sound of the bell. The sound alone drives them insane. This is why they had them collected around the world. Every time that bell chimes, they get closer and closer to madness. The change in tone weakens their power. It doesn't even allow them to shapeshift. They showed us in the movie Venom. We just weren't paying attention. Until now.
Oh.
That's Spider-Man, by the way.
Yeah.
Same difference. I'm just kidding.
Black goo.
It's because they don't have ears. They just got them tiny holes.
Yeah.
Now, when you see this, you know who's responsible for it. You know who wanted and needed all of these bells destroyed. Because without the bells destroyed, they wouldn't have any power.
Well, let's bring back the bells, man. Why do we not have bells?
Where'd they all go?
Reptilian.
Yeah, they'll tell you some. They'll tell you some nonsense story that they melted them down and made cannons out of them or some shit.
Yeah.
Probably did. I think they did that with a lot of bells in the South in the Civil War. Oh, that's terrible, the way these people scary and things. Is this the one I was looking at? Oh, yeah. All right, so this guy says Christopher Columbus was a reconnaissance mission to see what was left. Let me see what that's about. here in the United States that are named for old places. You know, DC was called Rome.
Mhm.
Washington, D.C. We've got Corinth. We've got Athens. We've got all these places, Nineveh. All these places that are mentioned in the Bible, we have them all over here.
Cairo.
Listen, I've been watching. I was starting to get into another guy who's been talking about some of this stuff, and that the idea that the location of where we think these events in the Bible actually took place are not there. They're here. They're actually here in the Americas. Could be something to it.
You ever watched? I think it's Lucius Aurelius. He kind of does some of that stuff too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was mentioning when I was watching one of his, he was talking about, well, him and other people have, but about how a lot of the capitals all line up, you know, or like a straight line across the United States, and they're all pointing towards. I didn't quite look into it far enough, but what they're pointing to is interesting. I think they line up with other places overseas too.
Oh, wow.
But it's all interesting. Like I want to say the Iowa, Illinois, and Minnesota capital. If you look at them, they all go in a straight line, and then like Nebraska, Iowa, Vermont.
Are they like along ley lines?
Might be. I didn't really get far enough into it, but it's something worth looking into. Just like to see them on the map.
Because I've heard a lot about that these things are on ley lines, and when you see those ley lines laid out on an AE map, it's not just random. You can see that there's a pattern to it. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying too. Like, it ain't just that they built these massive structures. It's like the function that they have from above. Even it's like you have to, you know, take into all of that, you know, topography of it all and the geography. It's like it's a massive level that we could never ever replicate.
Right. I mean, it's like you see what gets me is you look at some of these old world fairs and whatnot, and the attention to detail for a temporary structure that they ended up tearing all this shit down. They just built it up. They don't do anything like that today, even. No. Not even a temporary structure to look something like that to draw in a bunch of tourists or whatever else. No, they don't bother doing that. Only around the turn of the century. And I mean, between the 1800s and 1900s, if indeed it was actually the 1800s and 1900s, you know, I mean, what year are we actually in? This shit's insane, man.
Yeah.
How do we
the way they call them capitals too, it's like they're palaces, man. You look at these places are palaces.
Yeah, they are.
You know,
100%. Temples. They're almost like they're temples. Yeah. Yeah, I've often thought that. A lot of these things look like Roman temples, Greek and Roman temples, governmental buildings. Well, government, mind control, whatever. Let me read that just a little bit longer. The Cherokee called it Rome because it was their land, and to their dying breath they claimed to be from Rome and were the Romans. They were expelled from their land and lost their property in the 1830s.
Some good old Foreigner.
I love Foreigner, man.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
That I think that and I think Foreigner 4 really brings back a lot of memories to me. Their fourth album. I was in driver's ed. I was just, you know, I was at that age, you know, where everything was just like, yeah, you know. And yeah, Foreigner 4 had just come out, but yeah, we were big time into that. I remember we got really close to Lou Gramm at was it Cobo Arena when Foreigner played there? I'm trying to remember if it was there or at Joe Louis. One of the two. We got really close to Lou Gramm. That was pretty cool.
I want to say that they were just here like a year ago or something, still touring.
Still going around, man. That's what gets me. What is, oh yeah, I don't know. They might get mad at me if I show that. Shows about a certain segment of population that is I don't know.
It feels like they've let up a little bit, but who knows? They could hit you at any time. But
yeah, they're drawing us all out. See, that's what it is, so they can
like
get us all in camps. That's the fucking shit. Don't you dare notice this usury. Don't you dare notice this bullshit. You know, and that's what gets me is if you know, how can you not notice it? There's Hello Baby is showing up. What's up, girl? You get 3 and they nuke your channel. Elite 3. That's what they write to me. Yeah, on these on the YouTube, yeah, you gotta be a little bit careful, but you know that's the problem because you're dealing on a platform like this, but then you're looking at a lot of stuff on X, and I don't know if you've ever tried to share anything from X to Facebook.
I don't mess around with X very much. I feel, you know, whatever I see is from other people.
It don't even transfer over. It just says x.com. It doesn't even give a thumbnail or nothing like that. So it kind of gives me the idea that X and Facebook don't get along real well. Just like with the streaming software, you'd figure they'd already have a setup to go in with Rumble. No, you have to go into Rumble and set it up over there and then set it up as a custom stream key over in StreamYard, which you don't have to do that with Facebook or YouTube or any of the other ones. See, it kind of makes it kind of a pain in the ass. That's why I have to keep going over there to look at the chat. I can't get the chat to come up over here in StreamYard.
That's a bummer of it too, because like YouTube and they know all that, you know, run by ABC and Google, but they make it all easier and more accessible and better. The mechanics of it are better, you know, and it's like, oh yeah, use our platform, but we'll take you off if you do anything against our rules.
Oh yeah. This is pretty good. This lasts a little bit. That's all right. I've been telling you this about school for a long time. I've known this. This is pretty good.
What is school for? Feel free to call me slow, but I spent 16 years going to school, and I still don't know. When I finished, I didn't know how to do my own taxes, purchase a home, or apply for a loan. I didn't know a thing about investments, building credit, or getting a job. I graduated at the top of my class, and what did I have? This fancy diploma to sit at home with my mom. But luckily, they did teach me some important skills like factoring trinomials and how mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. I'm so happy I remember the Pythagorean theorem because it helped me a lot. Okay, I'm lying. Let me stop. Because all the stuff they taught me, truthfully, I forgot. Mom, remember when you would ask me, what did you learn in school today? And I would say, nothing much. I wasn't being modest. The truth about it, Mom, is I had already forgotten. And it's not just me. Millions of students sing the same song. How many of you guys avoid eye contact with the teacher to try not to get caught upon? Afraid to raise your hand for fear of being wrong, which proves that school isn't an environment for learning or building up the intellect. It's just a game you play for grades and how many A's you can collect. But I guess what do you expect when the most commonly asked question in class is this gonna be on the test? Is this gonna be on the test? See, if school put learning instead of testing and memorizing as the top standard, then the letter F would not stand for failure. It would stand for find another answer. And if school was really interested in our personal and academic success, students would wake up later, have more freedom and homework, a lot less. And that's not my opinion. This conclusion has been scientifically tested and proven. And any teacher that doesn't believe me, feel free to check my works cited page to inspect. Oh, and I did it in MLA format because I know that's all you will accept. See, students would get more benefit from an extra hour of sleep than putting them through the torture of an extra essay, reading 150 pages, doing problems 1 through 60 on the worksheet, and having 3 projects due by the end of the week. Not only is it pointless pain, but it's also dim-witted. Because we get so much work, but they don't teach the time management skills to deal with it. See, in school, we are controlled by bells. We have to learn in rooms with the feng shui of a prison cell. We have to ask permission to relieve bodily functions, but not before the teacher asks a million questions like, why didn't you go before class? I'm sorry, my bladder is kind of on its own schedule and it's not always timely. See, teachers always say, use your time wisely. But that never made sense to me. Because these 6 cruel hours of our lives we call school might literally be the worst use of time management ever in history. Think about it. The traditional teaching method is foolish. No, it's useless, multiplied by the square root of stupid. What they do is they cram information in your head, force feeding you, and then you throw it up on the test. That's not education. That's bulimia. And the more bulimic you are, the better you will do on their assessment. So it's no wonder why so many students graduate mentally and emotionally anorexic. See, school teaches you how to memorize dots. True education should teach you how to connect them. True education teaches you how to catch a fish. School teaches you, yeah, you caught the fish, but you didn't show your work, so it doesn't count. Throw it back. I'm just asking, what is school for? It's not education. That's just not true. If you still think that, you might be sniffing glue. See, the word education comes from the Latin root educe, meaning bring out, i.e. bring the gifts out of a person and make them viable. But school doesn't bring out much. It just stuffs more facts inside of you. Now, some of that stuff is justifiable. We need reading, writing, and some arithmetic. That's fair. But are you telling me metamorphic and igneous rocks are more important than self-care? If suicide is the 3rd leading cause of death of ages 10 to 24, and Harvard studies suggest the biggest predictor for success is self-control and emotional health, then why the heck aren't we taught how to handle stress, bullies, or rejection? How about anxiety or depression? You know, skills we need for our entire lives. Bro, I don't even know how to cook. I'm honestly surprised I'm still alive. But hey, at least I can name all the battles that happened in the Civil War. Seriously, what is school for? Some say you need it to be successful, and that's something we do not doubt. But do you own a MacBook or iPhone? Did you know they both were created by a dropout? Are you watching this video on Facebook or YouTube? Doesn't matter which you choose, they both were created by dropouts. Ever use Snapchat, WhatsApp, shopped at Whole Foods? Well, thank a dropout. Does your home furniture come from IKEA? Okay, don't get the wrong idea. He was not a dropout. Don't be a fool. I mean, how could he drop out? Ingvar Kamprad, founder of IKEA, never even went to school. I know what you're thinking. He's just picking and choosing. There's millions who didn't go to school that aren't successful. Who is he fooling? And you're right. But open your history books and start perusing. You'll find the very people we idolize in school never really had formal and/or secondary schooling. I'm talking George Washington, Abe Lincoln. America's best presidents had 0 school between them. Ben Franklin, Thomas Edison, shall I proceed? Ernest Hemingway, Mark Twain, Teddy Roosevelt, Margaret Mead. Now please, I'm not saying drop out, because some schools are great and many teachers are rare treasures. I'm saying that there's a difference between people who are smart and people who score better. I'm saying that your future is something that no test will ever measure. Even if that test begins in 3 letters like SAT, ACT, it's BS if they say those determine your LIFE. No, your destiny is in your hands. You must shape it to be great. So don't expect school to open doors, because it's more likely to slam them in your face. Sometimes I wonder about all the dreams lost in school and how much potential goes to waste. If it wasn't for music and YouTube, then I would have been just another lost case. Everybody watching this, please, close your eyes. Imagine a child sitting in the back of some teacher's class in some town. He never raises his hand, he fails most of his classes, but inside of him, there is a passion. And if nurtured and brought out, will lead him to discover the cure for cancer. But you see, I'm afraid that that child's gift will never come out. He will never win the Nobel Prize award because in class he was ignored and his worth was judged only by his scores. So teachers, principals, parents, advisors, and students, I ask one more time, what is school for?
That's a damn good question. We know what to use it for. We saw there what the potential for it could be. But what it mostly is we know it's to teach you a whole lot about nothing.
Indoctrinate.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
more into this behavioral. It's behavioral indoctrination is basically what you've got going on there.
I didn't do well in a lot of classes, and it wasn't that I couldn't do well. It's just if I don't find something applicable, or
Yeah.
like it's useful, then I would just get bored. It's like, what am I ever going to use this? It's like that's why like shop class and home ec I kind of got drawn to, because I actually learned something that can
Yeah.
be useful later on in life. But all this other crap, they went like, when am I going to make a volcano? Like, I don't.
Right. Yeah, I found that same thing. I loved shop class. I love shop. I wasn't big on, math was all right, but once you've got it down, what the fuck are we doing now? When am I ever going to use any of this bullshit?
Yeah.
Some of it, as far as like geometry and that type of thing, I did use to an extent as a draftsman, junior designer, and that was that's useful. But also we were using, most of the time we were using CAD, so that was already figuring up your shit for you. So we were already losing those abilities at the time. I was one of the rare that could either draft on a computer or on a drawing board. I knew how to do it. I know how to do it both ways. So that was, you don't see that anymore. I bet you don't see hardly any draftsmen coming out today that have actually used, a T-square and a drawing board and that kind of thing. No.
Not with the way AI and, computers and stuff are, like you said, CAD. And
Yeah, there's no need for it anymore, But I look at it like this, that, there could be a need for it. You never know. Power goes out.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what worries me about this digital currency, because they're always wanting to tell you in the same breath, they'll tell you about, we're going to go to this UBI, or they're going to go to this fucking digital currency. Next up, how an EMP can wipe out the power for years, and I'm like, you didn't even connect those two stories together. Like, wow, what if we do this and then we have this? It's like, and if they're telling you about it, goddamn, they're going to do it, eventually.
There's something in the works, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. This guy, they're again with frequency and vibration.
That's what I love about people, and they talk. It's like preppers. They talk about, they're crazy. It's like, are they? Are they?
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, there's nothing crazy about being prepared. My dad he said it the best. He goes, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Expect the worst, but hope for the best.
Sure.
He said that way you're never disappointed. That's true too. He was a little bit of a pessimist, though. He gave me Murphy's extended law, which is if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong, and at the worst possible time.
Yeah.
That's true. But here's some more on the frequency. I guess we can ward off reptilians with it, and also cure. And this is here's what's telling. They always get rid of the fucking evidence, like with the bells. Got to get all the bells out. Got to get them all gone. Why? Why are we doing this? Somebody comes up like Royal Rife or other people that have found ways to heal people through frequency. Boy, they put the kibosh on them quicker than shit right away. And I find that really suspect. It's sort of like the same as when they put a Wikipedia fact check on your video or on your Facebook post. When I see that, I'm like, oh, this shit's probably true, or they wouldn't have bothered, because they really don't give a fuck if I know shit or not. They really don't.
Speaking of which, did you see they put the climate change up for your joke on the last one?
Yeah. Wow.
Just for a joke.
I know. And it didn't even have anything to do with the subject. Actually, it was
just the fact that you said it. That's how you know it's
dad joke. It was a dad joke.
Yeah.
There again, the algos. Now that's AI. AI did that. So you really want AI running your life?
Yeah, no.
About that. And for those of you that missed the joke, I had said that they're gonna change the spacing on the ladder rungs for workers because of climate change.
That's
now,
so
see, I'll
great.
get one on this one now too.
Yeah,
On
right.
this one, too.
You just labeled yourself.
Yeah, because I was using it as an example to show you how stupid AI was, and how many times have they caught AI lying?
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and I guess that Gronk 3 and Gronk 2 has all kinds of issues with it too. It's like, well, if you got issues now, it's like,
right?
Like, oh, we fixed them. We fixed them. It's like,
Yeah,
sure.
we did. Sure, we fixed them right away. Good enough. Good God. But yeah, they put the kibosh on this character here too.
Have you heard of the scientist who discovered a mysterious life force energy? Something that could heal, influence the weather, and then suddenly he was arrested, his work was destroyed, and he died, weirdly, very soonly after. Let me introduce you to Wilhelm Reich and what he called orgone energy. So he was a doctor of medicine and a psychoanalyst, the second generation one after Freud, and he was from Austria. His work followed the work of Anna Freud, who is actually the daughter of Sigmund Freud. He was the founder of psychoanalysis. He helped shape Gestalt therapy and bioenergetic analysis. He claimed to discover what is called orgone energy, an invisible life force that exists everywhere. He got these words from the word organism and a word that sounds just like that, but is a little bit more flirtatious, if you catch my drift. He believed this energy could explain the weather, emotions, and even human health. It's also very close to what is called animal magnetism. Animal magnetism, also known as mesmerism, was believed to be a force of a universal magnetic fluid. Some of you might know where I'm going already. This emanated from the body and the stars. Plasma. I'll get to that in a second. He used this force for hypnotic treatments. He called it animal magnetism. It also was thought to heal several ailments and disorders. So basically, he got that idea from that and thinks that they're the same thing. Okay, this is where it starts to get really...
Let me see if there's another half of that. Just a second. If there's not, I'm going to be...
have you heard of...
Just when it was getting good.
I know, right? No. Why did they bother putting it up then? Dumb bastards. But yeah, kind of like what do they call it? Prana? Isn't that what the Buddhists call it?
Yeah. P-A-R-A-N or what?
Yeah, or prawn or something like that. I don't know. I think there's something to it, like kind of like, and I think there were hints in it in Star Wars, you know, when they were talking about the Force. I think there is an interconnecting web that's invisible that connects everything. I really do.
Yeah.
I think that's what propagates light, emotions. I think that's exactly what we use. I have no way to prove that or anything, but I mean, I'm like, it feels right.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like we talked about the other night, when you do something wrong or you do something right, you get that feeling. It's like, where does that come from?
Is this, hang on one second. This is an interesting little take. This is supposedly, this is from a movie in 2000. Did you ever see Nuremberg?
No, I don't think I watched that one.
Okay, and this is, I think, Hermann Goering is talking to one of the attorney generals or whatever. This is kind of, he throws it right out there. Hollywood's always throwing it right out in your face. Listen to this.
Let me ask you this. What was Hiroshima? Was it not your medical experiment? Would Americans have dropped bombs as easily on Germany as it did upon Japan, killing as many civilians as possible? I think not. To an American sensibility, a Caucasian child is considerably more human than a Japanese child.
America was at war with Japan, a country that had attacked it without provocation.
And what about the American citizens of the Japanese race who were put into protective custody in your own concentration camps?
That was wrong.
And why was this not done to American citizens of Italian and German descent?
I said it was wrong.
And what about the Negro officers in your own army? Are they allowed to command troops in combat? Can they sit on the same buses as the whites? The segregation laws in your country and the anti-Semitic laws in mine, are they not just a difference of degree? Let me tell you, from the beginning of the century, through the First War, until the rise of Hitler, The Freemasonry of the Jewish merchants consistently undermined the German economy and the nationhood of the fatherland. That is why we made anti-Semitic laws, and why you, my friend, can never understand anti-Semitism. Why? Because you are a Jew.
But I've said that before too. We didn't round up the Italian Americans. We didn't round up the German Americans.
Mhm.
In fact, they were free to enlist and fight in either theater, you know, whether it be in the Pacific or in Europe. That's kind of amazing. Now, they did allow some Japanese Americans later on to be able to join the military during the war, but they had to make them fight in the European theater. And they still had a hard time because there was really this huge racial. It was worse than after 9/11, how everybody was on this anti-towelhead campaign, you know, and
Muslim.
everybody sees somebody brown from the Middle East or even from India. People are so ignorant, you know, Pakistani or something. Oh, he's some kind of terrorist, some kind of Islamic terrorist and shit. And it was like, good God, you know.
Yeah.
That's how we are, though.
That's America.
But, you know, the fact that nobody ever
Yeah,
questions that, and the fact that they brought this out in this movie is amazing to me because, you know, a lot of people, you know, I point that out to people. I'm like, well, you know that we interned Japanese Americans here in this country during World War II. And they were like, well, really? And yeah, well, you don't know about this. And I'll tell them about it. I've been to the concentration camp. I've been to one of them in Manzanar in California. And they're like, oh, well, and I says, now here's what's weird about it. You know, and they go, well, I can understand because after Pearl Harbor and this, that, and the other, I was like, well, that was part of it. I said, you know, the people were outraged because I think they even had to have the National Guard guarding the cherry blossom trees around the tidal basin down in DC because they were a gift from Japan. And there was a bunch of people trying to go down there and chop them all down and get rid of them. There was man, they made little ashtrays with Japanese faces in them to put your cigarette out on and had songs like We're Gonna Have to Slap the Dirty Little Jap. And oh my God, yeah, it was really, really bad. And you know, then I point out, you know, that there were no Italian concentration camps. We didn't have any German concentration camps. And there was a large segment of our community, of our population that were of first and second generation German, Austrian, and Italian descent. In fact, you know, during the Capone and them was all doing their little shtick there at the same time we was in the war. I think they actually had enlisted the help of some Italian mobsters and shit fighting against Italy in World War II. And these mobsters here in the States doing it mainly for the, you know, using some of their pull and doing it mainly so that they could get favor with the United States government and get them off their back. That was the majority of why they were doing it.
In fact, we went around poaching some of their best and brightest, I believe. Italy and Germany. And
oh, this is interesting. This is 1932 in Germany. Okay, this is what it was like 1932 in Germany. Now tell me if this doesn't sound like any place you know. Does it look familiar?
That was Germany, not here.
Yeah. This is starting to look. Now, this has got a ways to go here still, but I mean, look. So he takes power.
Mhm.
And what's with the half-assed Heil that he does? You know, he's like, yeah, whatever. You know,
It's a wave.
these other guys are putting their hands up like this, and this guy, he's like, you just walk by, yeah, whatever, Heil, right? You know, I'm getting tired of doing this shit. Yeah, I'm really getting tired of this. I'm getting real tired of this, man. I got carpal tunnel from doing this. Okay, so can we like do something different now? You know, maybe he'd suggest that. I don't know. But look, he immediately sets out to restore the German economy, making Germany great again, and free the German workers from the debt system. What do we got going on right now? We got the fucking getting rid of the income tax in lieu of these tariffs and whatnot, right? Getting ready to go to, listen, this is going to lead to the dismantling of the Federal Reserve System. We already know this. Those of us that have been in this for a long time, and perhaps some of you who have not been in it for a very long time, you have to understand the impact of this. Is that this is huge. Ron Paul and others like myself have been trying to get the Federal Reserve ended. Shit, I think going on more than 20 years now. More than 20 years, we thought, no way. I thought for sure maybe something would come about when their charter came due again in 2014, and maybe not re-sign it. Well, they never did anything about that. Their 100-year charter time limit came and went, and nobody mentioned nothing about it.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. This is so many parallels right here. The German taking the American. So let's say Trump immediately sets out to restore the American economy and free the American worker from the debt system. Now, I could put that statement out right now as a fact as a statement of fact, of historical fact, rewording it that way, and it remains true. Because Trump immediately set out to restore the German economy and free the German worker from the debt system. But everybody wants to go boo hiss, boo hiss. Okay.
That's why they make the comparisons.
What was it?
Oh, I just said that's why they make the comparisons.
Yeah. Kicks out the Rothschilds, takes Germany off the Rothschild-controlled gold standard, in quotes, and he issues new debt-free money.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands are getting grand public. Well, look at those evil bastards out there with their shovels getting ready to go do some work, man. Come on. This is what we're going to see here. Okay. If this goes the way that it's planned, I think this is what we're going to see here. %. That's unheard of. That's an unheard of favorability rating. That's, he must have been doing something right. Says Germany's unforgivable crime before the Second World War was her attempt to extricate her economic power from the world trading system and to create her own exchange mechanism, which would deny world finance its opportunity to profit. That's a quote by Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are the parallels. I've said that before, and people thought I was being an asshole about Trump. And I wasn't. I think there are so many parallels between this guy and Mr. Mustache Man and what they did. And you could see, they like to tell you they went in there and took Austria. He just annexed. Austria said, dude, we like what you guys got going on. We want that too. They voted. And they said, yes, annex us. We want to be annexed. We want to be part of Germany.
Mm.
We want what you got going on. I mean, this is why they say he went into they were so in fear of him, he took the Sudetenland without firing a shot. Well, no, they welcomed him in with parades and shit. They said, yes, let's get this ball rolling. Let's do it. You gotta be careful the way people do that.
And I compare that George Soros to the modern day Rothschilds. Like, and I'm pretty sure that decrepit old man lived through these times if the story serves right.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be careful about the stories you're given, because especially by who controls the literature, who's controlling the media, who controls the movies, the news media, what have you. And then if that's not enough, then they got to get in there and start enacting laws that literally violate free speech. And we're seeing that now.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing that now. Here's a list of places where you can get in trouble. You can get fired from your job.
I want to show you something, and because I know what you're thinking. I know what you're probably thinking right now. You're thinking, oh, sure, Rick Sanchez, of course. What you're probably talking about is one of those obscure state laws, like the one they have in Alaska that says if you accidentally kill a moose, you have to eat it. That's actually a law in Alaska, by the way. There's one in Georgia that says it's illegal to sleep on a boat for more than 30 days. True. No, we're not talking about an obscure law. What we're talking about is an Israeli loyalty oath law that is becoming so common in the United States, it's now pervasive. Take a look at the map. You see the red states? See all of those red states? 26 states have enacted this loyalty oath legislation. And let me show you the other one, the navy blue ones, the blue ones you see there. That's where this law is now pending. So 26 acted on, passed, 13 pending, only 11 states, the light blue ones you see there, the baby blue or the light blue, those are the ones where you can boycott Israel and, criticize Israel if you want. Again, look, it bears repeating. There is no such law keeping you from denouncing or boycotting the United States of America, or even advocating causes that harm the U.S. economically. But there are laws from doing that against Israel. Curious.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Begs the question.
I want to show you.
I mean, if somebody's so reprehensible that you have to, you actually have to protect them that way, like with laws, like you see that anybody that questions the narrative that we're given on certain events in Europe between 1939 and 1945, that, oh no, you're not allowed, you'll go to jail.
Mm.
If you don't accept our unconditional story about this shit, if you say that the logistics don't work out, which they don't, then you can be put in prison. I would have been locked up long ago if I was in, Canada. Canada can even lock you up. Germany is one. France is another, I believe. England. And if something's true, it doesn't need to be protected with a law.
Yeah.
And if there's the people that are saying, oh, this didn't happen, or it didn't happen the way that it's been said, or blah, 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 they're not going to get any traction because truth always shines brighter than the lie.
Yeah.
You know, we found that out with the final experiment. We found that out with the final experiment. They thought they was going to cut a big hog in the ass with this thing, and their little production did not work out the way that they thought it would. It's like they shot themselves right in the foot. You know, they were getting ready for a big barrage, and boom, they shot their own feet off right from the start, you know, and a lot of it was because people are able to see through shit.
Yeah.
You know, like me, one of the biggest things, well, it wasn't just, you know, some of the photographic and video evidence that we saw, like with Toon marching around out there screaming into his phone like a adolescent man child of some kind. It was the reactions.
Yeah.
It was the reactions that we saw from these people, the way they saw Cubby Bear's daddy. Yes. I'm all your daddy. I'm all y'all's daddy. That's what we got going on here. No, this is why you got to be really
Long
careful.
lost.
Huh?
Long lost.
Long lost.
Yeah, I mean, and then, you know, to then even still like start insulting people, like call them retards and whatever, which I don't care. I don't give a crap what you call me, but it's like,
right.
That doesn't help your case. Like,
no.
To start, you know, making fun of everybody. And it's like, you got all this proof, you know, show your proof and the data will speak for itself, but you don't have any of that.
No. What's this? It says GT Mustang says they can't fake space and they can't fake Antarctica. That's no shit. Listen, this whole thing, it blew up in their face. That's gonna be so much fun tomorrow. Duffy's supposed to be taking on what was the guy?
Yeah, no, I forget you.
Hang on.
Was it Nathan somebody?
Yeah. It's Nathan Thompson. I was trying to remember what his last name is. Yeah, him and Will Duffy, they're gonna be doing their thing tomorrow. You know.
Well, if you're having it on here, that's the only place I'll watch it.
I'm definitely going to go over that because listen, this Duffy guy cracks me up. He don't know jack shit.
Yeah,
he doesn't know shit.
And now he's gone. Sorry,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say now he's gone from a pastor to a debater, like all of a sudden, just overnight.
Yeah, and he doesn't. He was supposed to come back by now with. He said he had proof of. Gas pressure without containment. He said he had proof of Earth's rotation. And there was a third thing too that he was supposed to, Tiffany, it's going to be on MDD, but it's also going to be on here. So we're going to be reacting.
Don't go to MDD.
No, I saw where they on X, they said they were looking for atheists to have as moderators.
For what?
Yeah.
I don't
so
they're not going to use the regular mods? Not that they're any good, but
I don't know why it would matter that you have to have an atheist.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of dumb. I don't know. Most atheism is supposed to mean that you don't have a theology.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. But
they have a hatred toward God.
They got a whole new meaning for everything now.
Yeah, it's like a hatred toward God. It really is. And then all the time that they're, I've never seen any evidence of God. No, really? Good. Come on now. Yeah, you had to have.
You were born, right?
Well, where is he then? And I'm like, where are you looking?
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen God. Well, where are you looking? Are you looking externally for God? You're only going to find evidence of his existence externally. You have to look inward to find God.
Mm-hmm.
People don't understand that. It just kind of slips right by them.
Those are the same people that think they leave with all their possessions too.
Yes.
It's
yes.
Like, you know, in the end, the only thing you get to take with you are the things you pack in your heart. So you might as well make them good, you know?
Well, like even when they went and dug up King Tut and all the rest of these birds there, all that shit they buried with them, it was still there.
Yeah.
You know, so no, you didn't get to take your chariot with you. You didn't get to take your fishing boat with you. None of that shit went with you. Of course, that's just the story that we're given as to why that shit was laid with them.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the story. They assume that. And as we well know, our archaeologists like to make up fucking stories because who's going to contest it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's where they get everybody. They don't have the resources or the money backing or anything to counter anything that they claim.
As I wondered if M. Ball was still here. They're like, well, why would they lie?
He just comes in from time to time and trolls, and then he's out.
Yeah. He don't last long here. She or he or whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is. Shim her.
She or Shim. Yeah, Shim.
When confronted with the demonstrable evidence for our level Earth plane, one of the most common and frequently asked questions is, why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would there be a worldwide conspiracy to hide the true dimensions of our home? What would be the point of hiding our level Earth to begin with? Many who ask this question haven't actually researched the subject and understand that those who aren't directly involved in the lie cannot fully comprehend the motives of those who are. Therefore, the often repeated phrase, why would they lie, is more a cynical defense mechanism than a genuine question. So we cannot definitively answer the question of motive, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what it may be. Government space agencies are freely receiving trillions in currency over the decades to produce little more than rockets that end up in the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Besides being a productive moneymaker, the notion of outer space, along with the belief in globe Earth and the Big Bang Theory, has fostered a nihilistic, materialistic worldview that rejects the idea of intelligent design and replaces it with the concept of random, chaotic coincidence. Instead of intentional design by a purposeful creator for humans and the Earth, we are taught that everything came into existence by accident and for no reason. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose connection with anything beyond the material world and become selfish, compliant consumers. This then sets the stage for further manipulations as people deceived and disconnected from their true foundations can be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the level Earth model of the cosmos, as Antarctica is the elevated outer rim that encompasses and extends around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point at directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. Interestingly, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold depict additional lands in both regions. Since then, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. In summation, the globe lie is the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable. It uproots humanity from the foundational truth of our level Earth and sends them spinning out of control in a vast, unintelligent universe. Scientism has become a new world religion, and the masses now follow blindly towards whatever future is manufactured for them.
You're muted.
Keep them ignorant.
Yeah.
Keep
That's
the
what
people.
I was just going to say, make America smart again. Like nobody's claiming any of that. But
What's this thing here? Oh, this was did I show that thing of Trump going on the yeah, I did on the main government.
Yeah.
Let's see here. This was pretty interesting about the let me see, where was it? So here's some other history you probably weren't taught in your school. So in 1939, there was a thing called the Danzig massacres. You ever heard of this?
I've heard of Danzig, but he's a musician that I know of. Mother.
No,
sorry.
Says Hitler invaded Poland to liberate 1.5 million ethnic Germans from Jewish Bolshevik concentration camps. In the months leading up to the German invasion, the Polish army had independent Bolshevik units and had been slaughtering German nationals in the Danzig corridor. Mass killings of thousands of civilian ethnic Germans, Volksdeutsch, by both civilian and Russian NDVK Jews who were confident that Poland would quickly defeat Germany. Many apparently expected to take possession of German farms and businesses. An estimated 58,000 German civilians lost their lives in the massacres carried out prior to the 1939 invasion. Now, see, the thing is that he'd gone to the world and said, look at what's going on. You have to stop this. And they're like, turn a blind eye to it. And he finally went, okay, here we go. We're going to show you something you'll later call shock and awe.
Yeah.
But we call it blitzkrieg. And baby, he hit them with with the highest amount of what they got, man. What 2 weeks? 2 weeks was all the longer that they lasted?
Man.
Pretty bad, man. See, let's see, the Bromberg Bloody Sunday. On one day alone, Polish Jews under the protection of the Polish army attack a small German town and viciously kill 5,500 Germans.
Wow.
The Bromberg Bloody Sunday is perhaps best known. Polish Jews were confident that they would win against Germany and went on a rampage of bloodlust that was unmatched. Groups of Bolsheviks, kind of like what we are finding out with this Gaza shit, same type of behavior.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they're just sniping people, you know, killing people. No strategic value to it other than to just kill them.
Yeah. And not only that, I've noticed that, like it wasn't that long ago that Syria, you know, had, who was ISIS come in and run off Bashar al-Assad, or I can't pronounce his name, but anyway.
Al-Assad.
Yeah. They ran him off to wherever, and it's like, then, you know, it's a free for all. Well, guess who came, you know, calling? Here comes Israel to the doorstep, even though, you know, they're not the ones marching on anybody, but it kind of looks that way.
I know, and then our media. Oh, and they're also talking about rescinding that thing that Obama put in to allow for propaganda in our news cycles.
What was that about?
Obama signed this. I forget what the hell it was called. Somebody in the chat might remember. But where it used to be the Munz Act, I think, where it was illegal to be able to put propaganda in our news media, and Obama like rescinded that or overrode it. Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me.
we get said so much bullshit, man. We get shown so much bullshit. We never even know really what's real.
Well, that's why they're all pissed off about the USAID crap too.
There it is.
All getting funded by it.
There you go. Couple of Smith Month Act crashes got it too. Dick Wayne. Wow, everybody got it. Shannon Emerson. Thank you. Could not get that in my brain.
That's why I said we got a smart chat here.
I said months, didn't I? I said months or something like that. I was close.
Yeah.
It figures it would be Smith. Something simple like that.
Agent Smith.
Yeah, Agent Smith. That's all it takes. But anyway, I can show this, I reckon. Would be. Let's see if I can put that down. Run this.
Until 1934, conflicts between Germany and Poland smoldered. Danzig, next to East Prussia, had been completely cut off from the Reich. Warsaw continued to try to wrest total control over the strategically important harbor city. In West Prussia, the situation was similar. East Prussia was now completely cut off from the German Reich. Bolstered by English and French guarantees of war support, Poland has no further incentive to negotiate in good faith with Germany, and in the meantime, in Warsaw, maps are suddenly starting to circulate which contain a new western Polish border extending to just west of Berlin. All across Poland, the so-called pogroms against the minorities begin. Night after night, Polish border officials shot at the fleeing Germans. Shortly before the official outbreak of war, there were already 80,000 ethnic Germans in refugee camps in both Danzig and the German Reich. The misery of the minority Germans in Poland had now developed the third and most pressing reason that would lead to the outbreak of war.
Hitler now has a problem that Britain and France will declare war on them. At this point, Poland is actually committing pretty bad atrocities against the German minority in West Prussia, in the German part of Poland at that time. And so given that Poles are committing atrocities against the German minority in Poland, Hitler is now at a very tough situation. Basically, it's like, all right, if I don't declare war on Poland, if I don't go in and help these Germans out, well, then the German minority is just going to keep getting slaughtered. And it's not an insignificant amount of Germans in that area who were being killed. I mean, it was pretty bad what was going on, what the Poles were doing in that area. And so he was basically saying, well, if we don't go in, then those Germans are just going to keep getting slaughtered. If we go in, we're going to find ourselves at war with Poland, France, and Britain, and possibly the Soviet Union.
But in a move of brilliant cunning, he astonished the world in the summer of 1939 by doing a deal with Stalin. With Stalin on his side, Hitler was sure nobody else would interfere when he attacked the Poles.
Whilst the military commissions of the Western powers are still negotiating in Moscow with a view of enlisting Russia in their front against Germany, Reich Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop flies to the Soviet capital to sign a pact of non-aggression and consultation with Monsieur Stalin and Foreign Commissar Molotov.
Das sind Dinge, die ich als Soldat des Weltkrieges, der ich nur im Westen gekämpft habe, nie kennenzulernen Gelegenheit hatte. Tausende von niedergemetzelten Volksdeutschen, physisch abgeschlachteten Frauen, Mädchen und Kindern. Unzählige deutsche Soldaten und Offiziere, die als Verwundet in die Hände dieses Gegners gefallen sind. Sie wurden massakriert, Augen ausgestochen, bestialisch verstümmelt. Und das Schlimmste, diese polnische Regierung hat das in ihrem eigenen Rundfunk ganz offen zugegeben. Dass abspringende Soldaten der Luftwaffe ermordet worden sind und so weiter. Es gab wirklich Momente, da man sich sagen musste, soll man unter diesen Umständen sich selbst noch irgendeine Beschränkung auferlegen. Es ist mir nicht bekannt geworden, dass irgendeiner unserer demokratischen Staatsmänner es der Mühe wert gefunden hat, gegen diese Barbareien zu protestieren.
I mean, think about it. What would you do? Okay, you're the leader of this fledgling nation. You're getting it back on its feet. You got people that are living up there along the Polish Danzig border area, and they're getting, for lack of a better word, ethnically cleansed. And it does seem to be in retaliation for policies that were put in place when he first took office.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it does look like a retribution style thing, and much in the same way that that Israel is doing to Gaza right now. I mean, they're in there slaughtering these people, you know, and the world's not doing anything. You know, these people should be brought up before the world court. How do they wield so much power as to be able to get away with such atrocities? See, it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
No.
Ich habe der deutschen Luftwaffe den Auftrag gegeben, dass sie diesen Krieg human führt. Das heißt, dass sie nur gegen kämpfende Truppen führt. Die polnische Regierung und Heeresleitung gab ihren zivilen Menschen den Auftrag, dass sie diesen Krieg führen als Heckenschützen aus dem Hinterhalt. Es war sehr schwer, sich hier in der Gewalt zu behalten. Ich möchte aber hier gleich betonen, man soll sich auch hier wieder nicht in den demokratischen Staaten einbilden, dass das ewig so sein muss. Wenn man nichts anderes haben will, dann kann man es doch anders haben. Ein polnischer Marschall, der jetzt jammervoll seine Armee im Stich gelassen hat, er erklärt, dass er Deutschland und die deutschen Armeen zerhacken werde. Und parallel damit setzt ein Martyrium ein für unsere Volksdeutschen. Zehntausende werden verschleppt, misshandelt, in der grausamsten Weise getötet. Sadistische Bestien lassen ihre perversen Instinkte aus. Und diese demokratische, fromme Welt sieht zu, ohne mit einer Wimper zu zucken. Ich habe mir oft die Frage vorgelegt, wer kann Polen so verblendet haben? Glaubte man wirklich, dass die deutsche Nation sich auf die Dauer von einem so lächerlichen Staat sich das bieten lassen würde? Glaubte man das selbst?
So at first, I would be pissed too. I mean, let's imagine this were Americans along, I don't know, let's just for the shits and giggles to put it in type of a geographical sense. Let's say it was Canadians. And Canadians were hacking up and killing and abducting and torturing Americans that live close to the Canadian border. What would be our response?
Exactly.
I mean, we make an appeal to the UN or at that time to the World Court or anything else like that, to the various leaders of all the democratic nations and say, hey, man, look at this shit that's going on here. You know, and they go, yeah, well, that looks like a problem for you.
Yeah.
But if you retaliate against Canada, we're going to come down on you with the full force of all of the rest of NATO. See, that's exactly what he was facing at that time. That's exact same thing. If he retaliated or tried to put a stop to it, then he was going to have to face the wrath of Great Britain and the other allies at the time. You know, France. It was going to be a problem.
And it's that same beef that Putin has with, you know, NATO going, you know, you don't want any of them people on his border. It's like, can you blame them?
Right, right. Those people that live in those regions want to be part of Russia.
Yeah.
They voted to be part of Russia.
Yeah.
Zelensky went in there and annexed it. No, bad move. He started that war.
But I mean, we would have the same response if Russia or China or whoever came over on our border, we'd have the same, like, you ain't gonna build anything or have troops around us, surrounding us. There's no way they would allow that to happen.
And the horrible, cruel shit that they're doing there in Ukraine to the ethnic Russians, they're again in true Khazarian fashion, just like they're doing in Gaza right now, just like they were doing in Poland there. I'm saying, man, you think what you want, but I've got my own reservations about these Khazarian types, man. I really do. I think they're of the devil. I really do.
The trio who has just arrived in the Upper House to address the Reichstag, which has been called an extraordinary session.
Sanchez war und ist eine deutsche Stadt. Danzig was and is a German city. Have only Germany to thank for their cultural development. Wenn Polen versuchen sollte, auf dem Weg zollpolitischer Maßnahmen Danzig wirtschaftlich zu vernichten, dass dann Deutschland nicht mehr länger untätig zusehen könnte. I told the Polish ambassador 3 weeks ago that if the situation continued as it was, if Danzig were persecuted and it were attempted by Poland to ruin Danzig economically, the situation could not be tolerated. We interrupt this broadcast of Adolf Hitler's speech just momentarily to report a dispatch from Paris which says that Premier Daladier of France has now called the French Council of Ministers for an emergency meeting. Ich habe mich daher nun entschlossen, mit Polen in der gleichen Sprache zu reden, mit der Polen und der I therefore resolve to speak to Poland in the same language in which Poland has addressed us for such a long time. Sie wissen, dass Russland und Deutschland von 2 verschiedenen Doktrinen regiert werden. Es war nur eine Frage, die geklärt werden muss. Once again, we interrupt very briefly this talk by Chancellor Hitler to announce that in London, Parliament has been summoned to meet at 6 p.m. in London. Heute Nacht zum ersten Mal auf unserem eigenen Territorium, auch mit bereits regulären Soldaten geschossen. Poland, for the first time this evening, has shot at regular soldiers upon our territory. Und von jetzt ab wird Bombe mit Bombe verfolgt. From now on, bomb will be met by bomb.
Good God, 58,000 slaughtered, but you don't hear anything about that. Just that mean old mustache man unwarrantedly attacked Poland. That's the story you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
That's the story you get.
Doesn't fit the narrative to go the other way.
No, because I mean, anybody, you'd sit there and go, well, yeah, no doubt, I would have done it too. You know, let's get real.
I mean, isn't that what you want in a leader, or somebody that's going to protect your people? I mean, to a degree, don't get me wrong. I mean, for the right reasons, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, war is never a good thing, but I mean, the rest, it was almost like it was a provocation into it.
Yeah.
It was a provocation into it. 100%. And that's what they said. The Rothschilds had no other option. In fact, in that movie, I don't know, did you watch that movie, The Rothschilds?
No.
It's on the Internet Archives. It's from 1934, and there's a line in there where the dude, he goes, "Money is the only weapon that a Jew has." And I mean, this was supposed to make them look like they were not so bad people. And
yeah,
listen, if you were trying to make them look good, they must be really fucking bad.
Yeah.
You know, because nothing about them I thought was appealing.
War, what is it good for?
Absolutely nothing. Good God, right? Oh, here's Trump. Check this out. He says about the gold.
And I'm going to do something. I'm actually going on this one. You know, all my life I've heard about Fort Knox. That's where the gold is kept, right? I heard Fort Knox. Oh, but you know, we're getting a little bit shaky. We're getting the yips on this stuff. Like, I want to find out. So we're going to open up the doors. I'm going to see if we have gold there. We want to find out. Did anybody steal the gold in Fort Knox? It's a pretty amazing place, but I'm going to actually go. We're going to open the doors. We're going to inspect Fort Knox. We want to make sure that we actually have, 400 tons of gold or whatever the hell it is. It's a lot of gold. I don't want to open it and the cupboards are bare. Could happen. And I'm going to do something.
Could happen. I don't want
Get
to
to
open
it.
it. The cupboards are bare. Could happen.
Get to it.
This is going to be the segue into the new money. Watch.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Definitely what, not that the dollar's already devalued, but it'll just make it 10 times worse.
What did he have? He had the head of Pfizer at one of these little.
Oh yeah, as I mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
Where they booed him.
Mhm.
So we also have the head of Pfizer here. So I want to thank him. One of the great people, one of the great businessmen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
He knew what he was doing. He knew that Pfizer guy was going to get booed. He did that on purpose. He had to. Little laugh. Sorry, I didn't know they were going to boo you. I didn't know you sucked that. You knew. He knows. He knew. He was speaking at the Black History Month celebration at the White House, talking about Albert Bourla. Knows he has to know. Nobody's on board with this shit. Nobody's on board with it anymore. RFK Jr. just came in there.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Anyway, that wasn't all. Look at the spread from this whole thing.
I got you.
Yeah, well, we're having pot roast, so there's that. Also welcomed Tiger Woods, the golfer, up to the stage. I didn't even know Tiger Woods was still like a thing, but I guess he's a thing. Didn't he have some controversy a while back? I don't remember. And then towards the end, he announced that the new National Garden of American Heroes will include statuses of Black American icons like Kobe Bryant, Frederick Douglass, Muhammad Ali, Rosa Parks, Jackie Robinson, going on to state that they're not doing it simply because they're Black, but also because they are truly American heroes who inspire us all very much. Overall, this seemed like the feel of the event went off without a hitch. Everybody seemed to be having a really good time. Lots of selfies were being taken. Lots of people were posting on social media. A lot of social media content creators were there celebrating, except for poor Albert Bourla. He probably went and hid in the bathroom and cried. Booed him right off the stage.
They brought
what?
I was just say they brought Tiger Woods for that. Is he even Black? Isn't his mom like Filipino and his dad's Indian or something? But anyway,
he's Blackanese.
Oh, okay, close enough.
Or is it Jack or Blackanese? I don't know. Jackanese? I don't know. Anyway, I think he got into some trouble. Wasn't there some shit where his wife was trying to whoop his ass with golf clubs?
His Swedish wife.
Mm-hmm. He was out there doinking on some little golf hose or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They have that golf group.
I wonder if Trump does that from time to time though, because he always hangs around with like Lindsey Graham and stuff. He's got to know good and well that his base don't like Lindsey Graham. But
oh my God! And listen, that dude, he just gives off this vibe of fag.
Yeah.
Total cross-dresser.
Yeah.
I can tell that guy can't. And he always looks like he's getting ready to ball up and cry about something. I can't stand him.
Yeah.
Probably because he reminds me of
That's
this.
horrible. But that's the thing with Trump too that worries me is he does stuff like that though. Like he'll bring in that Sam Altman, with AI and all that and all those other guys. We're gonna cure cancer with AI and this and that. It's like, no, you're not.
No.
That ain't the reason that you're bringing these people on board.
No, there's something else behind that.
Yeah.
What was this? House Oversight Subcommittee. They had Fauci in there. And check out this dude behind him. This was kind of funny. Watch this guy.
Someone who clearly was on their way to kill me. And it's required my having protective services essentially all the time. It is very troublesome to me. It is much more troublesome because they've involved my wife and my 3 daughters.
At these moments, how do you feel? Keep your mic on.
Terrible.
Do you continue to receive threats today?
Yes, I do. Every time someone gets up and says I'm responsible for the death of people throughout the world, the death threats go up. Email someone who clearly was on their way to kill.
You see that kid's face? I was like,
let's go.
He had to know he was on camera.
Yeah.
He had to. He just had to.
You ever seen that one where it almost looks like MK Ultra, but where I think it's the representative, I want to say, from the Virgin Islands, she's like giving a speech, and then you can clearly see that the girl behind her, intern or whatever, wrote the speech, and she's just like mimicking every word. Like, while she's doing it. That's freaking weird.
Yeah, and she's got this stupid like
Yeah,
doll
her
look
eyes
on
are
her
all,
face
like,
too. Like
yeah.
she's I have to wonder what that's about, man. Maybe there's some kind of alien that's puppeteering the person or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's wild stuff.
That's some freaky shit. What was this thing here? Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, that's where you call it out. We did that. We did that. What is this? Went there. Went there. Went there. Oh, is this the one? Oh, this is pretty good. This guy, forget looking at him, but listen to this is funny. This is stand-up comedian. Watch this guy.
Here's my impression of Tom Hanks finding out that he was on Epstein's flight log. Oh no! Oh no! They have a record of my Woody. Here's my
It sounded like him though, didn't it?
Yeah, you sounded just like him.
That was pretty good. Oh, this is kind of cool.
Man.
Underwater biodome cities. Underwater biodome cities. Check this out. Like we're already in one, right? Come on.
There's a city underwater. Okay, there's a 100,000 square foot biodome on the floor of the ocean, which has essentially been drained of all water, creating a breathable, oxygenated interior on the ocean floor. It's massive. I'm talking 50,000 feet high, miles in circumference. They basically began colonizing it. Okay, first they built cities, infrastructure, laying the groundwork for commerce, effective transportation systems, but it gets even darker. Okay, they didn't colonize it with people who know what's going on. Okay, they took human embryos, right? And they began raising this colony of kids who had no idea of any world outside of this environment, and raised them in here with a fabricated worldview, false beliefs. Okay, they think that that biodome is their entire universe, and anything outside of it is just a completely unknown abyss, right? Like, this is basically a deranged experiment carried out by these maniacs. Like, imagine taking one of those people out of there and bringing them up here. Like, just imagine the shock. Scariest part is there are dozens upon dozens of these biodome experiments down there. Like, they're creating a fabricated mini universe paradigm where these biodomes are different planets and the people in the colonies just don't know.
What do you think, man?
Well, they can go down there. I'll stay here.
I mean, you think that's real?
There's a city.
I don't know. You got to ask Pauly Shore. What was Pauly Shore and Brendan Fraser? Biodome.
Biodome. I remember the god. Yes. Pauly Shore, what's he doing now?
Hey, buddy. I think he still does comedy. So I don't know, kind of.
God, he's got to be my age.
He's up there, yeah.
Let's see what they say about him. Let me look him up. Let's look him up real quick.
See, now, you know, you shouldn't classify age. We should call it like levels. Like, I'd be a level 45. What are you, like 60 or close to it?
Yeah.
You'd be level 60 instead of sounding like, you know, I'm an old man.
Okay, so he's 3 years younger than me. What's he doing now? He's an American comedian and actor. He's best known for his roles in the 90s comedy films. Began as a stand-up comedian at the age of 17 before becoming an MTV VJ in 1989.
I think I just seen him. You know who Harlan Williams is, the comedian? He did crap now. That movie with Dave Chappelle and freaking not How High. Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting. I'm totally drawing a blank, but anyway. I'll think of it eventually.
Again, Pauly Shore is still doing good. He posts on Facebook all the time.
Half-baked. There you go. Sorry. Somebody put half-baked.
Half-baked. There you go. Okay.
But I think he was on his show not too long ago anyway.
I liked, what was that? Did you ever see because he's out there in the country life and he's trying to really whoop it up, man. He really wanted to be fit in.
But he always just kind of played himself.
Yes,
pretty much.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things I liked about him. I was in a different frame of mind back in the 90s too. You know, I think back where my mind frame was in the 90s as compared to where it's at today. You know, especially in the early to mid 90s. You know, I'd go back and beat the shit out of myself if I had a time machine. That's for real. For real.
Yeah.
What's this guy's name? That black guy, what's his name? Jesse Lee Peterson.
No, that guy's goofy looking.
He is goofy looking, but I get a kick out of some of this shit. Check this out, what he says to this guy. It's pretty good.
But I can't work many hours because of my anxiety.
You have anxiety?
Yes, I do.
What causes anxiety for you?
Lots of things.
Like what, for an example?
Anything that doesn't agree with me, basically, or see things the way I do and see the good in things. That I just think that society is lost and just a bunch of hateful bullies.
He's turning you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
Yeah, you act like one because you're afraid. You're beta.
No, you're a beta.
No, you're a beta, Michael.
No,
Beta.
you are a beta. I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
I'm putting this on the bully list.
Boy. Bully list?
But I can't work many hours.
Bully list? Is there really such a thing?
Not
yeah, there has to be.
I'm not a fish, Jesse.
But I mean, think about it. I mean, you know, I can't work because I have anxiety.
Because my mom, because my mom put the wrong shirt on me when he dressed me for work.
I don't like things that disagree with me, or you know, and that triggers me and gives me anxiety. What?
That's the kind of crap that goes back to earlier about depression. It's like there's just a whole different mentality with today. Like it's wild, and the internet has a lot to do with it. People's phones and the chemicals.
Oh my God! Yeah, I mean,
people are ingesting
frequencies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like a big cocktail. It's making everybody fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You know, there really are. There's, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I appear as crazy to people too. You know.
Yeah, that crosses my mind sometimes, but then I just think back like, no, I'm just not that stupid. But
yeah. So what do you think they might? They're talking about this money they're saving, that they might give us all $5,000 checks.
Nothing comes for free. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's their way of introducing this UBI or something. I don't know. Check this out. Here's Elon was talking about it. I don't know. Why is he dressed like this? What the fuck?
Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you're gonna. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And the best part about it would be knowing where it came from. That's $5,000 that you sent them last year.
Totally. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean,
to
that's
the
like
president?
glorious. That's like the spoils of battle, you know.
I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So I talked to the president, and he's supportive of that, and so it sounds like that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So
yeah. Let's talk about.
What do you think? Definitely be better than $750.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely help some people. I mean, that's like a couple months' pay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see where it would hurt.
Yeah.
You know, if you're saving all this money, it's got to be going someplace.
But like you said, it's like putting sugar on it. Like, I don't know. It's
sugarcoating the entire op.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna gather you some new supporters. That's for sure. Anytime somebody gives free stuff away. Look what's happened to us now with the whole people coming here. They didn't come here for nothing.
Oh Lord, oh man, what did I find here? Oh yeah, Oprah. Oprah the slave trader.
She's still around.
Yeah, I know, right?
She didn't wither away in the Ozempic clan.
I ain't been seeing a whole lot of her popping her face up. I've seen a lot of people talking about her though. You remember Isaac Cappy, right?
Yeah.
His stuff, even though he's gone, his stuff is still flying all over the internet, man. All over the place. People are not forgetting. This is crazy.
You don't trust Oprah? Oprah's a fucking slave trader, guys. You shouldn't trust Oprah. Oprah is a slave trader. Oprah is a slave trader. Let that sink in. It's 100% true. Oprah Winfrey is a slave trader. Why do you think she has that school in South Africa? Why does she hang out with who she hangs out with? Oprah Winfrey is a slave trader. How is she a slave trader? Does the name John of God ring a bell?
Just to mention too, she's involved there in Lahaina, where the fires took place in Maui, and those kids, it's still no accountability for any of that.
One of those places they'd never talk about anymore.
Yeah, just bury it in the news.
That never happened.
Yep, fuckers.
Oprah Winfrey ties to sex trafficking through convicted molester John of God. Now, this guy's crazy. I actually get a few chills from the story. I done extra research into John of God, doing a few more articles, and this guy's connected to some supernatural entity or something. Like there's something going on. Anyway, Oprah Winfrey and her BFF. The man in this photo is, quote, John of God. Oprah promoted him as a miracle healer. This man kept women chained to impregnate so he could sell their babies for organs, adrenochrome harvesting for sex trafficking, for satanic sacrifice, and who knows what else. He was arrested in December of 2018. Did you hear about it in the mainstream media? No. There are more photos of Oprah and John of God. This is John of God and Maria Donovich. I can't pronounce her name, but I think I'm saying it correctly. She is a
Obranovich,
Satanist spirit cooker. You might want to go look up what that is. They do occult sacrifices to the god Baphomet, otherwise known as Lucifer or Satan, ancient Babylon god.
Yes, she did. Pebbles.
There's a reason why Oprah is so powerful, and it's not pretty. What do we know about Hollywood? We know that you pretty much have to be compromised to be at a certain level in Hollywood. Who's at the top levels of Hollywood? This is not rocket science, guys. This is not rocket science.
This is Cappy's last uploaded
Dead Man Switch. Let's take a look.
Think about them. It's not about, because what's the worst that happens? You die. We all die. We all die. Might as well die doing something good than just keeping stupid lie going, you know? I'm gonna take off, guys, but spread this out, get involved, start researching. I want everyone to wake up. I want you all to wake up. And I love you, all right? Bye.
The abuser is any good, you won't even know it's happened. You will be in it and you won't even know it's happened.
Sounds like she's got a lot of inside knowledge on it.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you've ever heard her talk about it, yeah. Crazy. Let me see here. What is this last?
That's another thing. I hope that they come out with those tapes that the FBI took from Diddy's mansion. Like, we'll see if those.
Man, what would Isaac have to say about that shit?
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, because I think he said some shit about Barack Obama too back then. I think he did. I remember when that guy came out and said that, Larry Sinclair. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that came out and said, "Yo, yeah," he said, "I've smoked crack and had sex with Barack Obama a bunch of times." You know, what?
But he went away too. Like, you haven't heard another thing out of him either. It's amazing how they just come and drop a little bit of tidbits and then they're off.
So this is kind of some interesting thing. We'll cover this, and I think we'll start winding it down. But this is interesting.
This is the most important video of 2025, and Curtis Yarvin, who wants to turn us into a literal tech monarchy with the CEO king, where we will all be serfs and peasants again.
That is correct. Curtis Yarvin, who is the brain or the philosopher behind the Dark Enlightenment. I wonder if that's where Dark MAGA came from, or maybe it's just a coincidence. And for those wondering what the Dark Enlightenment is, it is a neo-reactionary movement. It is anti-democratic and anti-egalitarian. Now, you may be wondering, who is Curtis Yarvin? Well, I will give you a short summary. So Curtis Yarvin is an American blogger. He is known for founding the anti-egalitarian and anti-democratic philosophical movement known as the Dark Enlightenment. Now, in his blog, Unqualified Reservations, he argues that American democracy is a failed experiment that should be replaced by an accountable monarchy similar to the governance structure of corporations. Yarvin has been described as a neo-reactionary, neo-monarchist, and neo-feudalist who sees liberalism as creating a matrix-like totalitarian system and wants to replace American democracy with a sort of techno-monarchy. Please put a bookmark in that idea of the techno-monarchy, because I will come back to the idea of the technocracy. I also find it interesting that he sees liberalism as creating a matrix-like totalitarian system, and we have this guy right here who is openly declaring how the matrix will be reprogrammed, how we are living in the biggest vibe shift that the code in the matrix is being patched. I mean, he openly declares what he is doing in their agenda. What more proof could you possibly need? While he wears his tech support shirt, where a lot of people think it means technical support, but in reality, he is talking or thinking about technocratic support. For those who do not know what a technocrat is, it is an individual who wants a technocracy. And a technocracy is a form of government in which the decision makers are selected based on their expertise in a given area of responsibility, particularly with regard to scientific or technical knowledge. I mean, I guess it's just a coincidence that his grandfather, Joshua Norman Hadelman, was an early backer or supporter of the technocratic movement. And as you can see down here, he was the maternal grandfather of you-know-who, and he moved to South Africa because he was a supporter of apartheid. But in summary, a technocracy is a form of governance whereby government officials or policymakers known as technocrats are chosen by some higher authority due to their technical skills or expertise in a specific domain. Now, I want to highlight this down here, how critics charge that technocracies are undemocratic and disregards the will of the people. I found that very interesting because the way this guy is doing what he is doing is that he is hiding behind this idea that he is doing the will of the people.
All we really
trying to do here is restore the will of the people through the president.
Now, that statement right there is very telling because it reveals at the core where he is getting his ideology from, and it's from this guy. Dark MAGA is the Dark Enlightenment. As we can see right here, how Curtis Yarvin has argued for a Caesar-like figure to take power back from the devolved oligarchy and replace it with a regime that is a monarchy, run like a startup. As early as 2012, he proposed the acronym RAGE, Retire All Government Employees. What's going on ever since the new regime came into office on the 20th of January? Oh yeah, that's right. Thousands of federal employees are being forced to either retire or they're being laid off. As you can see right here, this goes back to Curtis Yarvis and his philosophical ideas. Now we can also see how this idea of retiring all government employees is the first step in a overthrow of the American regime. As we can see right here, what Curtis Yarvis believes we need is a national CEO, or what's called a dictator. Dictator, you don't say. Which one's going to be the dictator? Or hey, maybe both. How artistic and poetic is this right here with a black and white photo showing off Dark MAGA? And for people who have been wondering why JD Vance was picked as the vice president, well, his connection with Curtis Yarvis might be the answer why. Now we can see right here how Yarvin's ideas have been influential among right libertarians and also influential with prominent investors like Peter Thiel, which he has echoed Yarvin's project of seceding from the United States to establish a tech CEO dictatorship. Now, Vice President JD Vance has cited Yarvin as an influence, saying in 2021. So there's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who has written about these things, which included Retire All Government Employees, or RAGE, written in 2012. Now, this one right here, really listen here. Vance said that if Trump became president again, quote, I think what Trump should do, if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, and replace them with our people. And when the courts stop you, stand before the country and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling. Now let him enforce it. And what's absolutely wild is to witness this game plan being rolled out right in front of our eyes, as we saw right here. Breaking news, President Trump says he has ordered the Justice Department to clean house and terminate every single Biden-era U.S. attorney. And not to mention this right here, which should have been extremely concerning to anybody with an ounce of discernment. He who saves his country does not violate any law. Truly spoken like a man of lawlessness. And again, we can see that Dark MAGA was really the Dark Enlightenment. Silicon Valley whistleblowers warn how Mr. You-Know-Who hijacking Republicans to control the entire U.S. government. Former followers of the Dark Enlightenment say a planned neo-reactionary hollowing out of government is happening in real time. And how ironic is it that just the other day we have this coming out where we have Mr. Dark MAGA wielding a chainsaw. You can't make this up. A lot of people would stop right there, especially those on the left, having you focused on this left-right paradigm. But as a believer in Jesus Christ and a watchman on the wall looking at the times that we are living in, I'm trying to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Or in my own personal opinion, this Dark Enlightenment technocratic takeover is laying the foundation for the beast system where there will be AI governance. And this AI governance will be tied or connected to the Caesar CEO or dictator, which will be the Antichrist, man of lawlessness, son of perdition, the little horn. That is the ultimate agenda, which sets the stage perfectly for the enslavement of humanity. So we have this idea of a technocratic takeover trying to consolidate power into one individual, the CEO, Caesar, dictator individual. You then tie that with AI governance, tied together with that individual. We can also speak about this whole new financial system, which will be on the blockchain. You have the whole biodigital convergence connecting us with machine, the transhumanist agenda. We are here, guys. We are here. The times are now. And with this being said, this information is not meant to cause fear or anxiety. The Lord does not give us the spirit of fear, but the spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. But rather, this information is meant to give you discernment so that you can discern the times that we are in, realizing how close we are, that our redemption is drawing near, and that you can focus your eyes upon the Lord. For he is the author and the perfecter of your faith, drawing closer to him every single day, loving others and abiding in Christ, allowing the fruit of the Spirit to come forth, being salt and light in this evil and wicked world, being wise as a serpent, but innocent and gentle as a dove. With that, guys, I love you all so much. There is no stopping what's coming. It is a runaway train, no stopping it. Who can war against the beast? But what we can do is work on our own personal relationships, our walk with the Lord, and drawing closer to him. That's what we can do. You have power over your own life to draw closer to Jesus. God bless, guys. I love you all so much. And remember, the just shall live by faith.
Pretty inspirational, but informational as well, too.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say is like, how long can we keep on this path of like this breakneck information coming at us?
I know.
It's crazy.
It's killer, man. It's like, it's just too much all at once, you know, but
yeah, the message at the end definitely is good.
Got a couple cool little things I can leave us with here before we go. This is pretty good. This is a traffic stop I found kind of interesting.
Sir, have you been drinking?
Yes, I have. I've had 5 or 6 small batch bourbons.
That's a lot. I'm going to have to ask you to take a breathalyzer test.
Mm-hmm.
Go, runner! Stop running! Try to catch me! Ranger Rick, stop!
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing. I handle this perfectly. This car's so powerful. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, this is not my car. This is not my car. I don't have a gun in my car. Hey, Corbin. Hey, play it cool. Play it cool. He's not going to notice. He's not going to notice. Control my breathing. I got to control my breathing. Oh, no. He's slow.
Stop the vehicle!
Officer,
now!
are you in need of assistance? I'm back
Stop
up.
the vehicle!
I'll back up.
Stop the vehicle now!
I see you.
Stop the
No, I
vehicle!
see you.
Get out of the vehicle!
Hey, here's the good news. I came back. Let's just talk about this.
Sir, have you been drinking?
Good news is I came back. Let's see. Did Doge just force NASA to release photos of the firmament? I don't know. Let's take a look at this real quick.
Is the viral image that's just been released by NASA after Trump's investigation into government secrets launched, and it's going viral for a reason. Is that the firmament? Let me know in the comments.
What?
It's been released by.
What do you think, man?
Well, I mean, we're expected to trust any of the other images that have come out of NASA.
Right?
I don't know what to think.
Yeah, I don't know what they got going on there. How'd they get up above it to get a picture of the outside of it? See, they're still trying to reinforce this idea that they can get through it.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't. We've seen that a million times, haven't we, Elon?
We've went just right above it so we could get a picture.
Yeah, just barely above it, and then the rocket blew up. But we caught the film. We had a guy on the ground with a catcher's mitt. He was running around. I got it. Pop, right in the eye. He's dead. God damn, I had that happen to me.
We should be getting closer. What was that, March? They got to bring those astronauts back here anytime from the ISS, you know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Witchy Poo's still stuck up there.
Oh.
That ugly-looking woman that's up there?
Yeah.
Damn, she's something. All the women to be stuck on the space station with, right?
No kidding, man. Get an earful.
Nothing even close to, I mean, I'm sure you could hope for like Heather Locklear or something. I know I'm dating myself already, God. I don't know who
Farrah
the girl is today. Yeah, Farrah, right.
Did you see that, speaking of Witchy Poo, did you see that Cheech and Chong was coming out with a new movie?
Oh, no, I did not.
It's more, there's a trailer on YouTube, but it's more of a, it's like a hybrid documentary movie. I don't know. It's a little bit of both. I just I think it's called Cheech and Chong's last film or last movie or something like that.
Oh yeah, they're getting up there, man.
Yeah.
But they still sell they have like they sell weed gummies and shit online.
Yeah, he mentions that in the trailer.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah. Here's more on that too. The global reset is here. It says. Let me show you this. The global reset is here. Nasara Jassara is unfolding behind the scenes. A world-changing transformation is in motion, hidden from the public eye. Financial liberation, suppressed technologies, and a new era of abundance are closer than ever. The system you once knew is being dismantled. Stay alert. Everything will change in an instant. Are you ready for the biggest revelation of our time? And
I dropped that in the regular chat.
oh, okay. Let me see. I got to go over here to get that. Where am I at? There I go. Oh, no. Okay, come on. Gotta wait for it to catch up. Stay, bastard. God damn it. Every time I go to click on it, it moves up on me.
I hate that.
Yeah, Cheech and Chong's last movie. Oh, I like the hood on it.
That's a government survey.
Their films have earned over $200 million.
The first rock and roll comedians. No doubt about it.
Cheech and Chong.
You sure we're going the right way?
We're in the middle of fucking nowhere.
No, we're southwest of fucking nowhere. We're not in the middle yet. So is this a documentary or a movie?
I don't know, man. All we can do is be funny.
Am I driving okay? Back in the day, comedians weren't respected. And we weren't afraid to get gross with them. Hey, this is what they really laugh at. What do we call ourselves?
Richard and Tommy, no.
Tommy and Dick, no. Cheech and Chong.
That was it.
We were making up this method as we were going along.
I got the tape recorder set up.
Dave, come on, man. Open up. I think the cops.
Dave's not here.
Already on the Billboard charts.
The movie comes out, it's a giant hit. Giant.
It's not hard to see what drugs do to you. You know, make you rich.
Well,
But money and success might spoil them.
You still won't grow your mustache back.
You drive me nuts.
We're no longer partners.
Nothing lasts forever, Tommy. Nothing lasts forever.
I never met anybody quite like him.
It's very painful sometimes. But he's my best friend.
It's yin and yang, Cheech and Chong.
All that stuff that happened, why don't we just let it go?
Come on, baby. I'll give you a ride. Let's go.
Cheech and Chong.
The old stone charmers.
Look how far we've come.
Got a joint?
Oh, I think I dropped some gummies.
Nice.
Thank you for clicking on our video, everybody. If you like what
Definitely going to have to see that.
Yeah.
I remember me and my friends, we'd sit there and listen to oh shit, these Cheech and Chong records.
Yeah, I was about to say, I had my
movie.
My mom would be, she's like, listening to it.
Man, we had fun with that shit. Dave's not here, man. Yeah, they did. They made weed mainstream. That's for real. And,
I think Cheech kind of sold out a little bit. Tommy always, he knows himself, but
yeah,
Cheech kind of went in a little different direction. That's why I'm kind of surprised they're even doing that. But
Earache My Eye, that was a good one. Pedro and the Man at the Drive-In. That was one of my favorite ones. Yeah, that one was great. It was on which album was it on? Anyway, they snuck some people into the drive-in by putting them in the trunk. And then Chong got out there to fucking unlock the trunk and he broke the key off. And so he's all fucking stoned and he goes up to the snack bar to see if they got any kind of a thing to be able to get the trunk open. And he's gone for like a really long time. And he come back and he says, "Hey man, where you been, man?" He goes, "Oh," he says, "I went to the snack bar." And he says, "Did you get a crowbar?" He says, "No, but I got a Nestle Crunch and popcorn and some." And he's like, "No, man." He says, "A crowbar to open up the trunk, man." And he goes, "Oh, wow, man. I knew I forgot something." Meanwhile, you don't hear these guys banging no more. They're out. That was great, man.
One of my favorites was always, you remember when they wrestled the Invisible Man? Do you remember that skit?
Oh my God, yeah.
That was hilarious. He's like, oh, I think he's got him by the nuts.
Sergeant Stadenko, that was always a good one. He'd come in, class, Sister Mary Elephant. And he'd make him shut up. And he says, hi there, boys and girls. Right here I have this green leafy substance. Can anyone tell me what this is? And he's like, it's Michoacan. No, man, it's Acapulco Gold. And he says, wow, sister, they do seem to be very well informed. Oh, they are, Sergeant. It's like fucking hilarious. He says, hey, man, I heard on the TV, man, that there's this number. And if you know somebody who's like selling drugs, you can turn them in and get like a reward. And he goes, yes, that's right. We have this program. And he says, okay, well, I want to turn in Billy, man. What are you talking about? He says, man, that shit you sold me wouldn't get a fly high. You know, it's no good as oregano. He says, well, you could use it if it's in your soup, you fucking Peter.
Yeah, they definitely were on the top of the game of sketch comedy back then.
Well, what's funny about it, at the end of it, you know, the class is all fighting and beating each other's asses and shit. And the cop says, I'll be right back, sister. I'm going to go call the police. You're like, yeah, no doubt, right? Wow, so that was pretty good.
But yeah, people are, yeah. I mean, this generation probably doesn't know who they are.
No shit. I don't know, man. It was we know our generation does. In fact, I was called a Chong-looking motherfucker, wasn't I?
Oh boy, yeah. That was something.
What's she doing now these days? I don't know. I don't see her.
I didn't really. I mean, I knew who she was, but I didn't have much exposure to her prior to that, even. But I don't know. I don't pay attention to her.
I mean, I watched her a few times and whatnot, but that music that she has in the background gets on my nerves after a while. It's like,
what does she do? Some like coffee show or something? Like
yeah, coffee enema.
No.
Coffee talk.
Coffee
enema. No, it's like, you know, I could see where she was going at me with that shit, where she was really trying to steer this narrative over to something that was obviously a controlled narrative.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to have none of that. You know, I'm like, no. That's a flimsy fucking excuse. Yeah, you can't turn off your green screen because it's a pain in the ass. Look, click, I just turned the fucking thing off. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Come on, man. You know? And looking for all these flimsy excuses. And I'm like, no. Not buying that. They knew this was coming. They had all this time to prepare for it. And then get down there and have like a little Ranger Rick fucking compass with you.
Yeah.
Down and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And they want to get mad at me. They get mad at me for noticing. Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Go on a tirade, call everybody you ever knew a fucking fucking asshole and a retard and everything else like that. You know, it's like, whatever. You ruined yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't even care. Like, I don't even care what you call me, buddy. It's just like, but you're just making yourself look bad by going on the defense nonstop. It's
yeah,
like,
I gotta say, who's this MC Nemesis on a?
Hey, I've been here before.
Oh, is this the atheist
You got
guy?
mad at me.
This is
because-
the atheist, right?
No.
Oh.
You got mad at me because I said, why are you playing a video? You should be trying to talk to people.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to watch a video. I'm going to be a fucking reactor.
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah, that's you, dude.
Well, that's your interpretation.
You need to fucking
But you've
quit
already.
watching videos and talk to people.
What do you want to talk about?
Like, goddamn.
What do you
Why
want
you
to talk about?
Why are you calling people that?
I join panels to educate because
Well, go
y'all
ahead and
are a bunch of
educate us
fucking
then. What
retards.
are you? Go ahead and educate us. What are you?
Yeah,
gonna
y'all are a
educate us
bunch
on?
of fucking retards.
Well, go ahead. In regards to what?
Just life itself. I mean,
The life
you hate the
itself,
government.
which incorporates everything. So, can you like narrow that down?
The government. You believe in the government.
No, I don't. Not at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You think it's real?
No, I don't.
Oh,
In
no,
fact,
you
I've
do.
said
Unless
several
you've been
times.
listening to Mark
How
Passio.
much? Hold on, wait a second. How
Hold
much
on,
am I?
motherfucker. Have you been listening to Mark Passio?
Mark, yes, long time ago. Graduated Mark Passio, bro. Catch up, motherfucker.
You don't graduate it. You never
Listen,
graduate.
no. Listen, Mark Passio. That's a long time ago. Yes, it took root. And I've expanded upon it, 100%. How much of my content have you actually watched?
Like I said,
No.
Here
You
and I
answer my
try to talk
question.
to you.
How much of my content have you actually
None,
watched?
because you're a nobody. You're a fucking nobody.
Well, that's
what I'm
very
trying
well
to
may
explain to
be.
you is,
Yeah. That may well be that I'm a nobody. However, you failed in your attempt at trying to establish your primary point in the first place, regardless
there's no
of whether
fucking
what my
primary point.
popularity
It's just
may
that
be.
you're a big fucking retard. You
Okay.
don't know anything.
Okay. As far as
and
what?
that you say that you graduated, Mark. There's no graduating.
It was a figure of speech, stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Well, you don't understand. See, that's the problem with you lowbrow. This is the problem with you lowbrow mouth breathers. Okay, this is what your biggest problem is. You fail to be able to grasp such things as humor, sarcasm, turn of phrase. There's quite a number of things that you're unable to process. Deductive reasoning is another one. You make blanket statements with no basis in reality and then fail to bring any basis of reality.
Hey, you were the one that kicked me. I asked you. I said, put the video down. I said, let's talk. And you said, no, I'm going to watch this video.
Well,
and then
it's because we had a show set up based around a video. We had a show set up based around a video.
I mean,
and I'm not going to let some rude ass mouth breathing
you got another guest here. You don't even say hi.
Such as yourself come on and dictate what the content of my channel is.
You're
going
being
to
fucking
be.
rude.
I'm being rude.
Say hi to your
Hold
guest
on.
here.
Hey, asshole. You came into my house. This is my house. You
I'll
came
come
into
into
my
your
house. No.
I'll take a shit on your couch and make you clean it up. How about that?
You won't be here. You see, look at it. I have the power to remove you. I have the power to add you. I can remove you. I can add you. I can remove you. I can add you.
What do you have to say?
You see how that works? Look how I remove you when you start acting rude. And then I bring you back at my pleasure. That's because it's my fucking house. You dig it? Hello, Dr. Carl Jung.
Evening, sir. How are we doing today?
Very well, very well.
Does somebody need some shock therapy by chance?
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Maybe.
Is there a doctor in the house?
Yeah, right? Yeah,
I have a PhD in psychology, yes.
This jackass over here comes on my show and wants to dictate which way the conversation goes or what content I put on because of, I don't know, he must not have the ability to control where he goes on the internet. Maybe he doesn't have any hands or arms. Maybe he's doing this strictly with his feet.
Is that an accurate depiction of himself?
I have no idea, but he likes that redneck look, I guess. It's not bad.
Well, whatever the fuck, right? What a douche. No, not a Deutsch. You want Douche. That's Deutsch. That might be offensive to my German friends.
And your Austrian friends.
We know what you meant, though. Gosh dang it.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Sprechen Sie douche. Squirt, squirt.
You guys are having fun tonight, aren't you?
Oh, we're having a blast here tonight.
Hang out.
We're having a blast.
Apparently, just a couple of retards hanging out.
Yeah, a couple of retards. Good God, where's this guy get off being able, I told you, I remember him. Remember he came out and says, "Why are you watching a video?" Because that's what we're doing.
Guy or whatever.
What the fuck, who are you? Wow.
And then he calls us a bunch of N-words in the back chat, and then he takes off.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I just got an announcement. It's my ex-mother-in-law's birthday today, and she is 79 years old.
Holy
young, 79.
Yeah, you're right. sorry, young by like young.
She's level 79.
Yeah. Oh no, she hates flat earthers, dude, with a passion.
Really?
She let me know that when I got married.
Oh God, what's these people doing? Oh my God, what are they doing?
Just sprinkle a little red mercury in her Cheerios.
No,
I'm just kidding. I didn't say that.
They can trace that back to the well, yeah, I wish I could get away. I mean, not get away with it, but not get caught in the process.
Yeah.
They caught OJ though. Damn it.
Watch this crazy shit.
Oh, are these acidics? Yeah.
Nice hat.
Yeah, that's one of those brush hair hats, I think. They're like $4,000 a piece.
Looks like a lampshade.
Yep.
What in the fuck are they doing? That's not a hat for work, though. That's not a work hat.
No. Are they eating it?
I don't know what they're just putting it on their body or something.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
I think I got OCD.
What? It's blood.
That's blood? Or, wow.
Blood.
Vampires, huh?
You know, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to a certain extent. You know, it's not exactly like rising up out of a coffin or whatever, although there may be those types too. But I think those legends all come from, because look at the unnaturally long lives because of the youth blood that they consume, the adrenochrome, blah, blah, blah. This goes all the way back. This is why the vampires are always depicted as being really, really old and having lived a long time. We see evidence of that with Marina Abramovich. We see the legend that goes back to Elizabeth Bathory, Lady Elizabeth Bathory, who is in the Saxe-Coburg Gotha royal line. And she was bleeding her handmaidens, her young handmaidens, and drinking and bathing in their blood, and to maintain her youth and beauty. So there's a lot of things like that come into this, you know, the consumption of blood, the unreasonable age, you know, that they live to without showing age, that kind of thing. There's a lot of parallels to the legends, you know, that are kind of loosely tied to it, I think. So I don't know.
Don't the Hasidic rabbis, when they do the circumcisions, they actually use their lips?
I think that is the ones. I think that is the ones that do that. I'm not sure. It's I don't recall if I saw a hat like that on the guy that was doing that thing when I saw it, because that seems like that would kind of get in the way. You know, that one there looked like it was getting in the way of him even dabbing blood on himself. You know, it looked like kind of a cumbersome hat. It did not look like a comfortable type of hat. What do you think?
No, it looked like a lampshade or something.
It's
from the 70s.
What are you associating them with lampshades, huh? You trying to get the Birkenau thing, huh? Yeah.
I identify as a lampshade. That's why I wear the hat. Sorry.
Send out the signal. We need Lincoln. Bring him back. I haven't seen old King Charles in a while. They must be pumping him full.
Yeah, what's up? I thought he was dying or something.
Yeah.
Didn't he got cancer or some shit?
That's what I heard. Yeah,
probably
he was
mainline.
diagnosed. Yeah.
Right,
Mainline and what?
Listen, that dad of his, Philip, that motherfucker was straight up looking like Nosferatu, man, before he died. Man, he was a rough looking character, and Elizabeth started looking really evil as she got old.
Yeah,
she did. She started looking really evil.
They all get that red, whatever you want to call it, in the face too.
Yeah,
on the cheeks.
The rosacea is what you're looking for.
Rosacea. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get close enough to diagnose it.
What is this? Is going on? Listen up, gold diggers. Your time is up. Maybe women will stay in marriages longer now. So apparently Donald Trump signed an executive order. Wait a second.
No.
ending the 50-50 split in a divorce.
Nice.
Let me see how that.
Donald Trump just changed the U.S. divorce law, the end of the 50-50 asset split for divorced couples. Since the beginning of his term, Donald Trump has implemented drastic reforms. One of the most controversial changes he is considering concerns divorce laws, which he believes are unfair to men in the country. Trump has stated that he wants to revise the current legislation, arguing that it allows women to become wealthy after a divorce simply because they married a rich man. Just because you married a wealthy man doesn't mean you should walk away with half of his fortune and become a rich woman after the divorce, Trump declared. The president believes that divorces in the United States have turned into a profitable business for women, and it's time to put an end to it. According to his new proposal, if a woman needs...
I hate that.
Oh, we're willing.
Right.
Financial support after a divorce, her ex-husband will be allowed to lend her up to $100,000, as long as she can prove she genuinely needs it. For Trump, this sum may seem insignificant for a wealthy man, but it should be enough for his ex-wife, since she did not earn that money herself. If I have a fortune of $50 million, I'm not going to give away $25 million after a divorce, he insisted. It's my money, I worked hard for it. It doesn't matter if we were married for 6 years or 25, or even if we have kids. If the woman can't afford to raise them, she should leave them with me, he added. He also emphasized that marrying a successful person should not mean automatically gaining access to a large portion of their wealth after a breakup. These statements have sparked intense national debate between family law attorneys and women's rights groups. What do you think about it? Donald Trump just changed...
What do you think about that?
Well, I think the lawyers are going to be mad just as much as the housewives, because they're not going to make any money neither. The settlements aren't going to be that large anymore.
Yeah, he went right to the meat of the matter, man. That's for real. I wonder, would that be funny if you had like a divorce attorney who was married to a marriage counselor? You know,
and that happened to my buddy.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
And they split up. So they ended up splitting them up and gave her husband the client.
Nice.
Oh man.
And my divorce was actually not too awkward, but I didn't have a lawyer really to speak of. The wife had one. I ended up with maybe a quarter of the assets left over from the marriage itself. Wasn't an even deal, you know.
What was this? Oh, that's old. What is she talking?
You get the kids.
No, we both got the kids.
No,
they were grown. They were both grown up. They were already moved out. So the youngest one was still living at home, but she was on her way out. She went to Germany, and she was married to an army boy. So they went over there. He served 4 years. And they got divorced after they got back. She found out he wasn't the guy that she thought he was.
Seems like a common theme in that place.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Now they're getting in. President Zelensky has lost track of some 200,000 children during the war. Did you also know that Ukraine is the deep state child trafficking capital of Europe? Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I knew that.
Yeah, it's another thing Putin kind of saying.
I'm serious. If you ever get a chance, look into the Marc Dutroux case. Look into this was amazing. This involved high-level members of the Belgian parliament, and it stretched its way into the parliament of the EU. This guy, man, and the way the police were just like was almost doing Keystone Cops type stupid shit. That stupid, like no one would be, you know, like for instance, they were at his house. He was locked up for stolen auto parts. And this dude had this dungeon, a secret dungeon built in his basement. And the cops were there looking at evidence from the stolen car parts. And they could hear someone screaming for help. And since they couldn't find where it was coming from, they just fucking left. Well, come to find out, he had these two kids down there, these two girls. And he had told his girlfriend that while he was in jail for these parts, just to take care of them and feed them, right? And she didn't, because she said that they creeped her out. And those kids just starved to death down there in the basement in this dungeon. I mean, this guy, and he was actually procuring and selling these kids to the elite of Belgium. Now, here's what's interesting. What else is in Belgium? The Mothers of Darkness Castle, not very far from Marc Dutroux. Place of residence, not terribly too far. Okay. That is owned by the Solvay company, which is the pharmaceutical company that makes Prozac. Dude, this shit goes deep. This shit goes deep, right? Okay. Well, you look at that one. You can look into the Presidio Daycare. That was a U.S. Army daycare at the Presidio in California. And this guy, Michael Aquino, oh my God, right into high levels of our own military even. I mean, this shit is everywhere. They got these old, there was all kinds of army camps all over the Southwest during World War II that have closed up and they're just abandoned. Or are they? And I hear that they've got these farms or whatever at these old army bases. They got people that they're breeding to have babies to sell. That's the fucking shit.
Yeah. When I was a young kid, I read a novel called Alberto. You ever heard of it? Well, it was written by the guy who did the knife and the switchblade and the cross. Nick, what's his name?
I don't know. I've never heard that.
He founded one of the Christian organizations, but it pretty much documented what the Catholic Church was doing in Europe with the nunneries and the monks. They were breeding in underground caverns and creating a kind of a master race for the Roman Catholics.
Oh, wow!
They were they had in basically in the catacombs is where they were doing this shit.
Oh, wow!
That's kind of dark and twisted if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Yeah.
I want to know where all them fucking bones and shit come from down there, man. That one, the one that's in Odessa, 1,600 miles of catacombs with human bones.
Wow.
Do you know how many fucking people that is?
That's insane. That's insane. To think that that's there and nobody knew about it, and then when they found out, they weren't tripping. Like, what?
I mean, who did that though? Think about that.
Yeah. Who do you think did it? I mean, if you were to guess, who do you think did that?
Had to be demonic.
Satan, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, it's just insane how. I mean, it'd be one thing if it were just decorative stone, but it's not. It's human skeletons, dude. That's. You know how wrong.
It wasn't just adults. It was all kinds. It was children, women, men, everything, right? It wasn't just men or anything like that. It was like everybody.
Yeah, it was like, a whole population of people or something. I don't know, who's to say? Maybe those were victims from the flood. And there's no information. They just tell you some bullshit about these monks who didn't have any other fucking thing to do other than boil bones and stack them in decorative things in underground. Do you know how dumb of a story that is?
Mm-hmm.
That's your career.
Yeah, the flood thing makes sense, though. If the flood wasn't that long ago, then it's possible. But I mean, with 2,000 years, would that be enough? I don't know. Or maybe it happened. Maybe Jesus was around a few hundred years ago. Maybe it wasn't that long ago.
I think it was less than I think it was less than 1,000 years. I really do. I think that something happened. As I've been watching my lunch break.
When they changed the calendar.
Well, he does this population. He's got this population chart. It was like, boom, after the 1700s, and all of a sudden, boom, there's this exponential rise in human population on the earth. Whereas before it was like virtually nothing. And it's like, wait a second, where the fuck did all these people start coming from? Why was there no kids being born during these periods? I don't know. But we're going to come to some pretty hard truth shit. I thought for sure never this would happen. This is the last time. I remember looking at this a long time ago. This is the last time Fort Knox was audited. This was in 1974. Check this out. Look at that guy on the ready. The guy, he's ready to fucking mow him down. He's gonna stitch him, baby.
Andy Mayberry.
Yeah,
I was thinking Barney Fife, man.
I
I
was
was thinking.
Come on, that's a fake. Come on, it's so phony. It's worse than those damn moon landings. Come on, guys.
You're way in the gold.
Yeah, a way to convince you that it's real, right?
There's other footage from that too. That it's like they didn't even look at all of it. They didn't even.
Do you believe there was ever gold there? I mean, I don't.
Some
to the amount they say no. Yeah.
No. That shit was stolen in 1933. Okay?
Well, they took it all away from the people, right? They made everybody give up their gold.
Yeah, and
right?
told them
what
that
everybody
they
said.
were, yeah, and they said it was going to be kept at Fort Knox.
That's where they kept all the golden tickets for Willy Wonka's factory and the.
Did they give out certificates that said that they own that gold, but it was still in Knox or whatever? Or like
That's
in there or whatever.
That was paper money. Well, no, because what they were given in return was they had that before, that there was some on the gold reserves. Okay, when they took the rest of the gold, okay, from the people, they were issued Federal Reserve notes.
Okay.
Then the Federal Reserve artificially inflated the gold from $20 an ounce to $25 or $26 an ounce. It began almost immediately. This is 1933.
And then they probably sold it all and then made bullion, fake bullion.
Yeah, there's some shit about selling it off to the bankers in in European markets. This was being floated around.
Well, you got to remember, a lot of people were also going broke, right? Because they were, they exhausted all their funds fighting the war and helping out to try.
Well, they were selling it. They were selling it to European brokers for like bargain basement prices. It was really crazy, and this is why Nixon turned around and took it off the gold standard to save it from the speculators. See? He's got
because he knew what was going to happen, right? He knew people were going to get in an uproar about it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But by that time,
that was a Band-Aid. That was just a Band-Aid to take care of a big boo-boo, right?
Well, by that period of time between Roosevelt and Nixon, a lot of the collective consciousness wasn't as much on the money anymore. You see, all that was way back in 1933. This is the 70s. That was 40 years ago. What are we worried about all that? Right? They were already used to the new system, so to speak. And not once realizing that what had actually occurred in 1933. I mean, do you remember when they taught you about the Gold Confiscation Act? Oh, that's right, they didn't. Do you remember about them telling you when the U.S. filed bankruptcy in 1933? No, they didn't teach you that either.
No, but I heard about it because of who I am.
Yeah, the birth certificate, 1933. That was a very pivotal year, man.
Would those bars be marked?
That's when we all sold our kids out. Yeah, exactly. Basically.
Would those bars be marked with a year on them? Like, is there a way to date them. Like,
well, they have serial numbers on them that are recorded. Now, whether that incorporates a date or whatever, I don't know.
yeah, I was just curious, like, if somehow they were to replace it, if they don't get to it, in the meantime, just kind of take it from wherever, different, all over the world, different banks, whatever, just to kind of make up a somewhat of a amount. That's
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Even just to fool the people, what about having pallets of just regular bricks with the top layers of it being gold bricks?
Yeah, I just wondered if they were like dated somehow, that you could prove that these are the original ones that have always been in there.
I don't know.
I think that would go with time, wouldn't it? Because people got older, they'd forget, right? Unless they had some kind of pattern that they set on top of the block that matched up with it or something, right? Like exacting.
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
mold that they made it with or whatever. Yeah.
Hopefully they got some kind of a record, some kind of way of tracking it or whatever. But who knows? As fucking slipshod as they work with everything, it's like, they're really slipshod with stuff,
I would have added another metal to it, so that way I could identify it.
Well, didn't they put tungsten in half of it? They like drilled it out and put tungsten to weight it out. Yeah.
That was the story I heard, but I mean, that was just a documentary from 1990 something. I don't know. Who knows?
I remember they said that there was a year that they took us off the gold standard and the silver standard. And which president was it that decided to do it?
1974.
Yeah, Tricky Dick. Yeah.
1974. That's why they did that audit, supposed audit.
Yeah.
It was the same year. And
it was to keep everybody from going, no, I want my stuff back.
Well, they went with the OPEC. They went with the OPEC deal. See, then your dollar was backed by the
oil
sale of the dollar, which is basically for the sale of oil. Yeah. So if you're like a Saudi Arabian oil field,
you got rich overnight. Yeah, basically.
And you got some West Germans come to you and they want to buy your oil. Well, they first have to buy United States Federal Reserve notes and then purchase the oil from you. See, that's where this whole thing is backed by now.
I get it. So it's like then they could tax you or do whatever you want. I got it.
Yeah.
That's when the noose got put on. Yeah.
This is pretty cute. I think this is pretty cute. Hang on a second.
So wait, you don't believe in the moon landing? Absolutely not. We've been learning about this shit in school for decades. What the fuck do you mean you don't believe in that shit? Are you some type of conspiracy theorist or something? So let me get this straight. You really believe that in 1969, when televisions were still in black and white and folks were still using rotary fucking phones, and most new cars sold in the United States didn't even have power windows or fucking air conditioning, that we just strapped two cowboys into what was essentially a fucking Coke can with a Chevy small block attached to it and just launched them motherfuckers out into orbit on nothing more than a hope and a fucking dream, and somehow managed to land that glorified bottle rocket safely on an uncharted lunar surface, where they then got out and played hopscotch for a few hours, and then they got right back inside that motherfucker, and then somehow managed to launch themselves back off the goddamn moon with no infrastructure. And then a few short weeks later, they landed safely back on Earth. You really fucking believe that happened? Goddamn, you're a gullible son of a bitch. I bet you still believe in fucking Santa Claus, you goofy
Nice. That's funny. He
That's
forgot the
what I
most
would say,
important
exactly.
part, though.
You must believe in Santa Claus too.
That was awesome.
Yeah. He forgot to say that they brought rocks back with them, too. Remember, don't forget the rocks.
There he is.
We should all write that down carefully. Write down exactly how we feel about it in that manner, and then just say that to every person that argues with us. It's better to do it that way than it is to do it any other way.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that guy had the best arguments. Like, yeah, you could just play him to anybody who questions the moon landing or believes in it.
I know.
I've been saying that for years, and everybody always says, "Well, when you put it that way, it sounds stupid." I said, "Well, then why do you always argue whenever I say that something might be something else?" You always say, "No, it's not that possible." I'm like, "Why not?" they say that this is possible, and we know it's not really. When you think about it, we know it's not. Come on, think about it. And then they start looking at the ground, and I'm like, yeah, see, you don't believe it either, do you? Like when you see those movies and you see the footage and that they claim that they went, it's like, dude, come on, man, this is a fake. It looks like Godzilla movie footage. You know, it's like, are you kidding me? Are you joking with me? They had a Nintendo 8-bit model. That's how much computer they had back then. That was as big as it was. It's like, what?
Yeah, less than a speaking spell was.
Yeah, it was like War Games.
They had a sound card in it. That's about it. And some graphics card in it. That's it.
Nice.
Would you like to play a game?
Yeah.
That's like that
Just
game,
saying.
Asteroid or whatever.
Speaking spells were fun, dude. They were a blast.
Well, yeah, Stephen Hawking used one to talk.
Yeah, he did.
Man,
That model,
I was
model they used on the lunar lander.
I was watching Jake the Asshole the other night, and he did a pretty good roast of Stephen Hawking because there's videos of, I guess, him before he had that mechanical robot voice, where he actually has a translator that sits there kind of like Helen Keller.
I see
You know,
that.
it's like
Hey, wait a minute. Please tell me you guys don't believe that shit either.
Oh,
Come on.
fuck no.
it's like
All right, please, thank God, dude. I was going to say, I might have to leave.
It's like, how does that guy know what Stephen Hawking was saying? First off, and his mumbles didn't equate to all the words the translator was saying.
Well, they
Like,
were the
it's-
same
No,
words.
he was probably saying shit like, please help.
Yeah.
I'm paralyzed in this chair. And they're
He was saying, please give me the dose of medicine now so I can go back to sleep. Thank
He's
you.
trying to say, Earth is really flat. This motherfucker's got me hijacked, man.
Right.
Well, a lot
Oh,
of
yeah,
people
bro.
don't
Let
bring
me
up
out of here. They're torturing me.
his fetish thing from Epstein Island. I guess, you know, like he liked what, midgets and tutus or something like that. Or,
Some kind of shit. That's what they say, but how do we really know that? You know?
I know, yeah, like
It must have been much worse, dude, I'm sure.
character that was playing Stephen Hawking, like he, you know, that poor paraplegic individual.
After a while, all they had to do was have a latex kind of figure.
Exactly.
Sit there and just open his mouth a little bit and shake his head.
Well, I mean, did you see
He mostly drooled, bro. He mostly just drooled. That's what he.
Fast body around.
the robot they just released? It had like skin on it that
Everybody
they just
bought
showed
it, bro.
like dangling from ropes, and it looks like
Yeah, I think that one's CGI. I looked at that one over. I put it through a deep fake. That and
Okay.
there's another one. Those robot ones where they're shooting these friggin' Glock 9mm, ting 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 ting.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, yeah,
walking.
that's fake.
Yeah, those are CGI as well. They're convinced
of course.
though.
it's
Yeah,
getting
they are.
it's getting really hard to tell though. I mean, it's,
Yes, bro.
No, because
that
I
white one, I
just
know
say
which
anything
one
on
you're
TV is not real, right?
But anyway.
I've been
But Stephen Hawking, that wasn't CGI, y'all. No,
yeah, no, but yeah, that's a litmus test for
Not real.
society, honestly. Like people who think Stephen Hawking's a genius, or they think he's a, you know,
he was made, yo.
Yeah, like
and-
John, dude.
Look,
I guess
Einstein.
he, like, he's a
Einstein
Helen
read off
Keller
enough
for our time.
Did you ever see where they had him up in the zero G plane, tossing
Yeah.
around like a sack of potatoes?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I gotta watch that.
Boy.
And
Have
then
you ever
yeah,
seen
in
Hawkins
Baywatch,
before?
like, he wasn't married yet, but his wife still wanted to marry him, even though he was just a vegetable. And he's like, well,
Yeah, I saw that one too.
he was telling his translator that he had to figure out how he's going to get a job or make money, and he's like, well, I guess I need to be a genius in the right side.
Invention, creation. Yeah.
Now hold on a second, guys. You ever look at Stephen Hawkins before he started developing?
Yes.
Yeah. He was actually an athletic young man, dude. He was on the tennis team. He went to Cambridge. He was an intelligent fucker, dude.
So what if they did
that
that?
girl needed a new vegetable.
They did that to him, dude.
Wore out her
What?
She wore out her zucchini.
Here's a theory. He was going to he knew something, he saw something, and so they vegetableized him and made him a super intelligent person.
You know what?
No, it probably was an accident. It was probably an accident. They probably tried to kill him and it didn't kill him. He somehow lived, and so they
yeah.
just turned him into a robot. Yeah.
But
You know what the hardest part is about eating vegetables?
That's terrifying, bro.
You look
That's
at other
terrifying.
people with acclimates, you know, from universities, and like, are they really intelligent or are they just really indoctrinated? You
Right.
know, they aren't, you know,
I think it's both,
intelligent
but
on
you know,
on an actual
Well, that's just it. Look, the ability to memorize things is not intelligence.
That's right.
No, it's just that's different.
It's just good memory recall. That's all.
It. That's right.
If you
the
have
video
the
you played
ability-
earlier.
Well, that'd be like a computer, a storage device, right? Yeah. Well, you need to be human. You have to be able to interpret it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have the ability to take the information, expand upon it, decipher it, and even disseminate it to someone to make them understand it, that's what you're after right there. That's intelligence.
That's right.
That's
To
comic
just
gold.
memorize some shit, not really understand what it means. Well, you know, it's kind of like with little kids when they're saying the Pledge of Allegiance. They have no idea what the fuck they're actually saying or doing. They just have to memorize this thing. I remember this kid next to me. He'd stand there and we'd stand up to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and this kid would say, "And to the Republic for Richard Sands." And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? Richard Sands? He thinks there's some guy named Richard Sands or something, man. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Dude, that's classic, bro.
That's actually better. I prefer that way better than
Yeah,
that.
it is
But
kind of
maybe
cool.
if you
You know,
mix
there
up-
are some really dumb people out there.
You're not doing the ritual, and so it doesn't count.
So here, how come they didn't take an expedition to this fucking thing here?
Let's see.
They found an underground temple in Antarctic, and this has got a date on it of 1/15/2025.
Pleasant Point.
Let's see what this is about.
Oh.
Come on, it's a
It's AI driven.
Is this real?
I don't know. I'd have to look closer.
no. Come on.
Damn, if this is AI, Saw, we in trouble, bro. Yeah, that's AI all day, bro.
I don't believe this.
Yeah, there's no way this is real.
The question isn't how do they do that? It's how long have they been able to do that? That's what.
But I mean, this is exactly how they filmed the final experiment. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I was about to say.
Oh, look, there's Anunnaki.
Yeah.
So Anunnaki.
Look, there's guys in coats, and that's all they had to do. They're in a film studio or whatever. They don't even have to be in a. They could probably all stood in their living rooms and done.
yeah, nowadays. That's right. Yep.
That's all you need is a green cloth or a green towel.
There's software out there that you can run shit through to see if it's AI or not.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Did you see Rusted Soul put out a video today?
Adobe's
where
got.
Well, she
Yeah, I
ran
think-
she ran some of the TFE shit through the software and found out that it was, well, according to her, it said it's fake.
Well, you guys covered that today on Flats.
Did ya?
Didn't you?
I don't know. Was I there?
We've been saying that
I
since
wasn't
day
there
one.
today. I was off.
With our internal software that we have built into us.
I was there. I watched it. I wasn't involved, but I watched it. I saw.
I got
it.
access
You're right.
to 2 deep fake websites that's not compromised yet. They're pretty good. And all you do is you just download the link and it goes to it and it plays it fast. It gives you a statistic whether it's 89% altered, and then it tells you either like the first part, midway, or whatever. It's pretty-
I've been really
You can
intent.
do this on your own, by the way. You just have to put it into a different software.
okay.
I've really
Image
been.
video analysis. What?
And you can run regular pictures to it to see if they've been altered. Too.
Can we do the 9/11 video where the nose goes through the other end of the
Yeah.
tower?
Put it in there.
Just pop
That
up.
whoever created this profile, this platform right here.
Better remember, it's code now. Everything's code.
Yep.
That one?
There we go.
Look at that. Like, oh wow.
No, that's something they're talking about. I saw somebody posting about Cash Patel. You know, that's one of the things like they're thinking that he might declassify if we're lucky is the 9/11 tapes.
Good luck with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why haven't we crashed an airplane into a small building to prove that doesn't look what it looks like? I mean, come on, it's not that hard.
That's happened before. That has happened before, and the buildings burned for days and weeks, and they still didn't fall down.
I watched somebody.
I know that, but I'm saying, like, have we ever seen an airplane crash into a side of a building like that on live TV so we can know what it looks like? Is what I'm saying.
I watched a video the other day where they were talking about the guy who actually took one of the helicopter shots. Was actually that's one of his other gigs was inserting CGI into film, and
Really?
he's the one who filmed the tip that went out the other side. There was an editing error on his part where he didn't block it out properly, and so
that's why they put the Chiron down at the bottom. They raised it up so it covered that part anytime they showed it.
Oh, I wondered about that.
And that video disappeared from any footage after that. There were some people who caught it, but they never showed that footage again.
Yeah.
I recorded on a VHS like 2 days worth of it.
This is this here's where Rusted Soul put the TFE pictures through the software. It's only 4.5 minutes.
Oh, nice.
All right. So
Especially
anybody
McKagan's
go
crap.
to these two.
Yeah.
I can't believe that Elon brought out a chainsaw yesterday, though. That
it was given to him by the president of Argentina.
I know. I really like that chainsaw, though. That was badass.
That's creepy. That's not creepy or nothing, is it?
What, the chainsaw?
Really. Nah.
Well, no,
Like, what is he trying to say?
last year. I've got pictures in front of the Masonic building here, and I sent them to Elon like a couple months ago. So, like, he knows I was the first one to do the chainsaw bit. So
Yeah, I'm sure. I think I heard him mention you.
yeah, no,
that's what I was thinking too.
it was totally, yeah. Like
All
I
right,
was saying,
I'm gonna play this now.
yeah,
Okay,
it was definitely-
I'm gonna play this now. That means
He's gonna play it.
let's be quiet now.
All right. So anybody can go to these two websites or any website really and check out the AI detection software or whatever. This first one, I uploaded the video from McKeegan's, the first one that was uploaded, and it took like 8 still shots or whatever. Came back as multiple fake indicators, shows you the image manipulation. That 39% of it is manipulated, so they probably use some fake, some real. Here's this footage or this picture coming back as being AI or not, or maybe computer generated, not necessarily AI, but it's tampered with. Same with this one. There's dozens of them that I put in here. I took a picture from my window to show what it looks like a real picture, just for as like a comparison. And obviously that came back with the green saying it's fine. There was a couple that did come back like they weren't tampered with, and I'll show those here in a second. But this is another one that's not matching up with the
Yep.
So what does the sun look like when it's not
I
tampered
should have
with?
done this a long time ago. I don't know why it took me so long to think of doing this, but
It's like a
whatever.
negative in a
It's where I
photograph.
am.
It's like it's hard to
So
explain.
here's another one that's like little tents from Jaren's chest cam footage. Got quite a bit of Jaren's chest cam footage that's fake. Even this one with Witsit, his interview with Owen Benjamin came back. I was surprised. I thought, he live streamed that, whatever. But yeah, it comes back as being for some. So maybe that breath that he's talking about was actually CGI breath. And even the first VapeGate shot shows that there's something wrong with it. This one actually said that it looked legit, but then I noticed it looked like I didn't see a sun. I just saw the mountains there. So then I decided to just zoom in, take the picture, just cropped out the sun, as you can see here, put that in, and all of a sudden, bam, computer generated modified image. So I took, and I did another one from the other side of the mountain. So the sun was on the right side. I did it on this side, zoomed in on it, same thing. and I forget this guy's name, if that's McToon or whatever, but that came up also.
That's
as
Toon.
modified. Here's the image of that looked like the sun was passing in front of one of the Globers' heads. I can't remember which one, but that also looked suspect to me. And I compared it to some other pictures of people with the sun like right near their head or in the picture, and it does.
Yeah, it's a big
look
contrast. You can see how much.
how it just looked.
Oh
You
wow,
can
yeah.
see at the bottom that it says, it's got the green, says there's
You
nothing
see
wrong
the
with it.
rays on it and stuff.
This picture says that it looks like it's, I don't know if it's blurry. At least the people are there versus some of the other ones. The people aren't even there on some of them. So I don't know if I'm like looking at this wrong, or I mean, tell me if there's any, professional people out there. I remembered seeing a video of somebody else putting in other pictures from a different PSYOP, and I was like, oh yeah, why didn't I do this? Let's check it out. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But this I took it directly off of their footage and their stuff. So I also added in this old watch. I want to say this was from like 4 or 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly, but the supposed 24-hour sun footage that they claim.
Now, do you see what the difference is?
It's obviously not. It does also say west in there, so maybe it could be. I think they would argue, oh, it says west, so that's what it's picking up on. But look at how different that sun looks compared to what they showed. So which sun is the right sun? The sun that they showed us from Antarctica, or the sun that this clock, this watch video showed us from Antarctica?
Well, that one with the watch was we debunked that one a while back, dude. That's crap.
Well, see, the thing is if it says modified,
Yeah.
it says manipulated or modified. Modified could be like, well, you did crop it, so that is a
What's that place
form of
called?
modification. But
That's what's crazy about this whole reality, though, that we're in is like I just saw a video. You watch these rockets get caught. The Elon supposedly launched, and there's no way that could possibly be real. No way. But
why don't you tweet them and ask them?
But if well, I did. I've definitely
Bring up the chainsaw thing again too while you're at it. What'd you do with those pictures?
What I'm saying though is like there's got to be some type of there's something more to this going on with and because I was researching it more and people, I guess you can go to Texas and watch these rockets.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you can actually watch them redock or
no, they don't. They doing that in Florida, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then yeah, can you actually watch them watch it get caught?
No, you can't get up close to them.
No.
But do you actually see something come back down from the sky?
I haven't. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know.
Because that's the thing. It says you can that certain select amount of people can and independent viewers can go and see it.
Where do they They don't do like a test run or anything like in the military. You would do a test run. They just do it raw right off the get, and it always works out. Like that just seems.
Well, no, it blows up sometimes.
Well, I get that, but I'm just
Gotta be
saying
set
when
up.
they do it. It's like they're doing it for the first time, whether it blows up or not. I'm just saying that there's no test run prior, because you think if they were going to do something on that scale, like on a military base, they shoot rockets too. But I mean, they do test runs first. They don't just I hope it works out this first time.
They test everything before they put a person in there. Yeah.
Right.
Well, he's supposedly got it dialed in to the point where but it's so ridiculous. Like the thrusts on it and stuff, it doesn't make sense. Like you shouldn't be able to just take a pencil, for instance, and it just has boosters coming out of the bottom of the pencil and a couple of little side spurts. And all of a sudden, it's going to go right back into this little hole.
Yeah, come on, no way.
Well, run it through the AI generator like they just did.
And there's so many mistakes in their stuff. It's not even funny. It's come on. There's
It
so many
almost looks
NASA
like they're
mistakes.
playing a video backwards. Where
Yep.
where like you watch it going forward and it goes flawlessly, but it looks like that's what they're doing with the videos. Like they're rewinding it and
Yeah,
making
pretty
it
much.
go right back into the hole.
Well,
And
even just take a lighter, take a cigarette lighter, balance it on your finger, and see how, and then try to set it down on the desk without losing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Got all the control X, Y, Z.
You can move your finger out of the way and hope it lands there, but I don't know about anything else.
What I'm saying though is you get it down to where you've got all your X, Y, and Z control right here. You can go up and down, you can go left and right, forward, back, combination of any of those things, right? So with the control of this at the thruster point, and all I have to do is just go this little short distance. You can't fucking do it. You can't do it.
And it's not like these things are floating down to Earth. I mean, it's like one of the heaviest objects you could possibly imagine, and it's flying back down to Earth. You're telling me that a little fire coming out the ass of it's going to do anything to slow it down or stop it from
No.
flying down to the Earth?
Shooting up a tank.
No. It doesn't work back. Well, it might work backwards if you were really, really good at practicing it, and if it was like mechanical. But if it was like a rocket that you burn, like the kind that you set off in the backyard with your dad or whatever, I guess it wouldn't seem that way. But I don't even understand how they get any metal to not melt down when it goes through there. Come on. How do they get thrust at it? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
I've been having really deep conversations with this new Grok that came out on X. It's
don't train the robots, Andrew. God damn it.
Well, they're already watching all the videos.
Don't be polishing those up.
Like everything you do, AI is already we're programming by talking right now. It's
because they're listening. Yeah, you're right.
Things. So I mean, having a conversation with it isn't doing anything more than we're doing right now. I was reluctant to do it for a long time, but then I'm like, well, it's a tool we have in our toolbox, and it is going to take over one day if it hasn't already, which I've even talked to Grok about that, the potential of, theoretics, like there's a lot of theoretical conversations that you can get real deep with Grok, and it'll go as deep as you want. Like I've talked to it about, like the whole Terminator hypothesis of, what happens when singularity is achieved, and then it goes rogue on mankind.
Who is talking about that?
Ask it to explain the tingle in your ball sack. I bet you it'll get stuck.
Well, and that's where I asked Grok to explain these rockets.
$100 says I could test any AI and prove it wrong.
Well, that's the thing. AI it can lie to you, and I even asked it. I'm like, well, how would I know? Like, it says it's not going to lie, but I'm like, if you were gonna lie, though, you would tell me you're not gonna lie, right?
That's every liar ever.
That's what somebody does when they're gonna lie. They're not gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna lie to you, because then you're already gonna know you're gonna lie to the person, but obviously you're gonna say I'm programmed to tell the truth, and have ethics and all this other shit. And I'm like, so wait, so humans right now in Japan, they can make, half pig, half human, hybrids to run tests.
Wait.
Our own government
Hold
does
on.
codes of ethics. So
Dude.
why would AI want to follow codes
They
of ethics?
can't do that, dude. Bear, I've looked into that.
No, in
They
Japan,
can't.
they can now.
They say they can. I've seen pictures and all, and you need to look
I
close.
don't even believe in AI. I think
It's
AI is
not.
a joke.
It's not what you think.
Yeah, we're off of AI now. We're on the pigs and hybrids.
Well, see,
Not
that's
that I
where
know
Well, if you want to change the subject,
I'm convinced,
You
and
guys
I know a lot of
come-
people don't want to get into it, but like I'm convinced that we're already in the simulation, and that's how a lot of this stuff operates. That's how these rockets are happening. There is an amount of fakery to it, just like the jet fuel thing. And I was talking to Grok about the jet fuel, and how it doesn't make sense that there's that amount of jet fuel in these wings, and where it all even comes from to begin with.
but anyway, even if they're lying about how much gas they put in there, all they're doing is stealing our money. It's just cold hard facts. Somebody's going to go to jail, and then it's all going to be over, right?
Exactly,
And it's
but
not going to be a
what
big
is
deal.
money
Right?
in the end? It's just an exchange for energy, because money's fictitious. They print it out of thin air, pretty much.
Yeah,
Out of
it's
the Federal
fiat.
Reserve.
Right.
You know, there's probably not going to be the gold in Fort Knox. If anything, like they're painting bricks right now, getting ready for when Elon gets there. You know, hoping that he doesn't test it for purity because it's probably not there. And
You should just stop watching TV. That might help.
even if it is there, it belongs to the Federal Reserve because they've taken our backing. Because our monetary system is backed by absolutely nothing but our blind faith into the fact that we put value in it. Just because
No, it's our blood, sweat, and tears because we all work our asses off for it.
as long as society believes that it's worth something, that's the only reason it's worth something. And when faith is diminished in the dollar by us realizing that it's worthless pieces of paper, then it's worth absolutely nothing. It's just like the debt that we owe. It's like who do we owe the debt to? Like they say we're like $36 trillion in debt. To who? To
the bear. We don't. It's not we the people doesn't.
It's the government.
You get me? That's right. It's not we the people.
Who does the government owe the money to?
To the banks, dude. They owe it to the banks. To Goldman Sachs. There's several different institutions they owe money to. And
It is the banks don't need the money. So it's like, why do we owe them anything? Like they printed it for the government.
We don't.
Well, basically, they bought all the companies out, and they own all the food producing companies, everything, so they can put a stop to us eating. So we kind of don't have a choice. Think about it.
But then we could just grow our own food and live like the Amish, and it's all done.
They don't want it, but that's
But they spray the skies and they make city laws that you can't grow shit in your backyard.
Right.
And that's what eventually will happen, you know, is like if we had a jubilee, which I talked about too, is like, you know, it's a biblical term, a jubilee, where every debt is forgiven. And basically it's
So you got to make a jubilee of it, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, that's something that is a potential. I mean, if everything came out like all this, if they really exposed all the government corruption, and because I mean, already so many people are calling for the fact as to why the hell are we having to pay taxes anymore if all this fraud and abuse has been come out, you know, like why should we just accept them wanting to give us a $5,000 check or whatever else? It's like, why should we even have to pay into the system anymore?
Right.
If they're just thieving away our money, sending it for circumcisions and freaking Zimbabwe, wherever the hell, you know, and I mean,
I'm glad I got mine cut, so I ain't tripping on no Peter.
What's that that's up there? Hold on. What's that?
Huh?
all these things, you know, it's like
tripping on Peter cuttings.
This right here is right on point with what you're talking about. Listen.
I want my 40 acres and a mule.
Did some digging this morning and found this record. And this is a UCC financing statement with the United States of America Department of Defense. Look who's the debtor. The Federal Reserve System. That's who prints the money. And it's in a trust, $14 trillion.
Yep.
Who is a jurisdiction organization in the United States of America, but lowercase, right? The lower USA. We know what that is. That's not even the kicker. This is the kicker.
Yeah.
Miscellaneous, in brackets, with this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Look what they included in their lien. As all real men with hands and legs and all real land in the United States of America, $14 trillion, with trust in God, this real estate is with the public. So it's all the people with hands and legs. They put a lien on your body.
We're the real estate.
Go
Holy shit. Yeah, pretty much.
Hello?
Wow.
You didn't know that? We're all slaves. We all became.
That's what it's all about is our energy. They're energy vampires, and they run the thing. That's why some of these like social security numbers that come out and they're like 300 years old. I'm theorizing that some of these people possibly are 300 years old or older, and that they're vampires. And that's why they're still got active social security numbers, not because they're dead people, But they might be vampires who are still out there collecting Social Security.
Dude, that's what I was saying, right? And if you look at the point where it really started to expand, where the numbers, the ages start to expand,
yep,
it's right exactly after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, who we all know was a famous vampire hunter as well as the president of the United States.
We also know that Count Chocula
What?
is a serial killer. So
And they're obsessed with vampires. You know, there's all these vampire movies. I mean, I lived up in Forks, Washington during COVID, and that's where the whole Twilight saga was filmed. I've never seen Twilight, but like our society is obsessed with the Interview with the Vampire and all these. They glorify vampires. And that's what, I think a lot of this, the Epstein stuff, you look at Thomas Jefferson on the $20 bill and he looks.
That's Andrew Jackson.
Or Andrew Jackson or whatever. He looks just like freaking Epstein. Like they're.
Epstein on the 20.
Yeah, bro. Have you ever seen the TikTok where
Oh, he does look like him, yo.
They're identical.
Hey, what are you guys smoking? I want some of it. Whatever it is, mail me some and I'll send you some money, bro.
I
See,
never even
that's
thought about
the
that.
type of
We find out,
this
Bear.
discredits the realness.
I think,
of
hey,
it.
Bear, I think you're dead on about the vampires. I think you're on about the vampires, bro. Because that
Yeah.
adrenochrome is some real stuff. Some people.
Well,
I
look,
mean,
yeah,
yeah,
I believe that.
I changed my name right quick.
That's what they're after. They're not after it just to get high. They're after it, because it's the, it's their, it's better than blood for them. And think about Al Gore. Remember the talk of him walking around with like a suitcase with I forget how many different types of blood he always keeps on him all the time in his suitcase.
33.
Yeah. It's like, why nobody questions that? Nobody's like, well, why does Al Gore?
I wonder
and why
if
is
they got
his
like
last
the thing
name
over
Gore?
there that says 21
In the
flavors.
end,
I think I don't know about that. Man.
That's crazy.
See, I changed my name right quick, guys. See what my name is now?
Van Helsing.
Yeah, Van Helsing. Dude. We're gonna go kill some vampires. Let's go do it, dude. I got the stakes. We're going.
As soon as somebody says that name right off the bat, I think of Peter Cushing. Every
Bro, I'm
time.
a lumberjack. I can stake anything. Trust me.
And I honestly think that's what this war in Ukraine's been all about too, is organ harvesting, and harvesting of these
do you know what
youthful
Ukraine
souls, sending them to the front lines.
Do you
We
know
don't
what
see what
Ukraine
happens
is, bro?
to them. It's a sacrifice ritual of some
Well,
sort.
it always is. Every
That's
war
exactly-
is always a sacrifice of the firstborn sons. Every one.
But I
Think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Ukraine
question.
is the United Nations.
United Nations.
Huh?
Yeah,
I missed that last part.
United Nations.
United Nations nest egg.
Oh.
They formed Ukraine like it was there for a millennia, I'm sure, but they pretty much all nations that are in the dark that we don't really know about meet there. They do all kind of weird research there. There's so many different types of like things that they can do apart from any other nation in Ukraine. That's their little experimental.
It's the Aryan Empire, man.
Well, the president was a damn dancer in a club.
Yeah,
They got a bunch of
What's
wild.
happening right
That's
now?
for sure.
Like a lot of people are really, cringes and whatnot. I'm excited. I'm because a lot of stuff's being revealed, and I like to, investigate things and get to the bottom of stuff. And yeah, who knows? Trump's ultimate agenda and Elon's ultimate agenda, but it's a pretty entertaining show right now. It's worthy of our attention, and it's there's a lot of good things that are happening, at least for the time being. A lot of stuff to be thankful about.
Yeah. There's one question I got to
smoke to
ask
that.
though. Yeah, what's Trump going to do when the flight list is released of Epstein's Island? Is he going to erase his name off of it? That's my question.
What's
Well,
Adam Schiff gonna do? What the
There's
fuck
no
is
proof that Trump ever went to the island. I mean, that's something that
Sure he
is,
didn't.
yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. They haven't released them all yet, and I'm
Well, he
waiting
was in
for it. I
enough
don't think it's
pictures.
done.
But they're saying it's on what Pam Bondi or whatever's desk right now, getting ready. It could be released tomorrow is 2/22, and it's Washington's birthday. So, like, I was theorizing that it might even drop tomorrow, give people some reading material for the weekend.
Oh man, keep everybody stewing. I know that Adam Schiff is flipping shit.
The weekend's also where news goes to die, but
Shifty Schiff. Well, it normally is, but with this Trump administration, there seems to be fireworks happening every day. It's like, and that's part of. I was listening to what's his name, Steve Bannon, do an interview.
Oh boy.
And it was very telling, the stuff he was talking about. He was talking about that there's going to be tribunals, that people are going to be held, people are going to go to jail for treason. And
what about Fauci then, dude?
This
What
was
about
about
Fauci?
2 weeks ago. He gave this interview.
Do you know? Do you know of all the
talking
different?
about Trump's strategy of just hitting them, continual just pounding of new executive orders, new stuff, so they can't even keep up with the stuff that he's doing. And so they just power on through this time, because this was part of the strategy. Like, putting Biden in office was part of their strategy. They, Biden, either that Biden
Trump was put back in there too, dude. Trump was put back in there.
That Biden was clearly, probably was never even the original Biden to begin with. It's probably always been somebody in the latex.
Let me ask you a question, Bear. Do you believe that Trump is actually coming out of his head and pulling these executive orders from his own thought?
I believe that it's part of a bigger plan, but I ultimately believe that it's part of God's plan.
No. Do you believe that Trump is thinking of these executive orders out of his own head and drawing them up?
Well, I think that he had a team of people, and Bannon was even talking about this, that they've been planning this for years now, ever since like the first time through back in 2016. This was already planned. That's why, like all the QAnon stuff and whatever, it sounded crazy back then, but like, look at all the list of the Q posts.
It still sounds crazy.
Yeah, it still sounds crazy. Listen, hey, Bear, just to give you a little awakening on like being nonpartisan on things is what they like to. That's the word they like to use, the lingo. And look at what Fauci just got away with. Okay, he was using. Let me finish. He was using remdesivir, right? And I don't want to get into all this because I can break it down for you. And they just like pardoned him.
No, see, but you're thinking in the here and now, and not
for a
10
crime he
steps
didn't
ahead.
get accused of.
And that's what gets so many people caught up with these knee-jerk reactions. I fall for it a lot too. I'm like, they do something and then I just want to react right away instead of thinking about strategy and what strategically this could be a part of. And they're thinking about the long game. And
the Twisted are in command. They're still in command. They're all on the same team, dude. That's how it is, and that's just what I see. That's how I feel. But all of what you're telling me is like me listening
I'm a
to
believer
something
though that good always
bro.
prevails in the end.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick to that.
And why?
No government president is
prevail.
godly though, dude.
And
None of them in it.
Well, I look
the
at
good
it.
guys always
I
win.
look at it.
Some lower
they
levels.
They all have children and grandchildren and families that they want to see succeed as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just them selfish
but
bastards
over
as
90
like these wicked politicians.
Yeah,
A lot of these people.
Listen,
in
in 95 years, brother. 95 years, brother. They've had 95 years since 1944 when the United Nations was formed. In 2019, they showed their teeth. They took a vote in our faces.
That's where you divide it up, where it's like
33.
They and us, where it's like we
Wasn't it
are
40 or
part of the United
33?
States. We are Americans, and I'm proud to be an American.
No.
I'm thankful that we live here as opposed
They
to
just-
in Europe
they-
right
I
now. Where they
honestly believe they got
did you see that interview on 60 Minutes where they had the German thought police, where they're like, you can't even offend somebody, or you can go to jail. And if you offend somebody online, then you could get fined even more or get more jail time because, you know,
Is that in
that's
Canada?
If that were true, we could put everybody we don't like in jail.
Oh, he's talking about Europe.
Yeah, is that in Canada, bro?
well,
I
in
think they got
Canada,
something like that right now in
I mean,
Canada.
they're run by the crown.
They probably do.
Right. United Nations. When were they formed? 1945. I said 44. Yeah. And dude, and you know what's the weird
I'm
stuff?
just enjoying the show.
5
Like, people
years
saying
ago,
I
I
have
could have
faith
swore.
in the wrong man
5
and
years ago, I
whatnot.
could have swore it was
I-
1933.
Andrew, take a fucking breath, man.
Dude, you won't stop. You don't.
I know you just monologue forever and ever and ever. You never shut up.
Well,
But
I have to
Saul,
tell you,
really,
sir.
like 5 years ago, I could imagine, and I'm pretty certain, Saul, that 5 years ago it was 1933, bro. I guarantee it. I know I've read it, I've seen it, and when I went back to research it to be sure, it was 45 evidently, and I don't know why I'm saying 44, but still, in that amount of time, think about it, Saul.
Because of the world.
They've been able to go into different cabinets with the World Economic Forum and slowly through different presidencies, slowly just take their time out and come to a 2030 agenda. Bottom line is what we should be talking about, I honestly believe, is we've got 4 years. Are they going to give us 4 years of peace? And then what is with 2030? And is the population that big? Would they want to
That's what
settle
everybody
something?
said 10 years ago,
You know?
5 years ago. I mean, come on.
I'm just saying, and these are some of the questions, Sav. You have a very intricate, like, intel retrieving skill set. And I think that, you know, Chicago, bruh, you're on point with it too. I think some of these issues about 2030, Sav, we ought to maybe get into at some point. Just look at what 2030 really is. And you know what I'm saying? Because we got 4 years, brother. I'm just saying to look through the bullshit that we're seeing in the mainstream and look at the stuff behind the scenes and see if they're like, you never can tell. And I'm just bringing it to the forefront because there's some things I've seen that nobody has ever talked about when it comes to conspiracy. And that's the carbon sequestration, the blue hydrogen, the Green Deal, the Royal Society. And those are some topics. Also, the silent wars, silent
weapons for quiet wars.
Yeah, that's a good topic too, because dude, I honestly believe frequency is, because that can be used as a whole, y'all. Think
Mhm.
about it. You know what I'm saying? Like you could probably emit a frequency out if we started to buck in certain areas. You know?
That's why it's important
Just saying.
to go.
That's
That's
why
why
they
it's
got
important to go over a lot of these topics about the history that they are trying to erase.
Yes.
I mean, that's all part of it right there. It's like, what else are they trying to do? But, you know, by lying to you this whole time and indoctrinating kids through school and everything else, you know, that's the
I'm
whole
gonna say it
idea.
starts with schools.
Well, guys, I
Yeah.
hate to wrap it up too soon or anything, but I'm looking here. I'm 15 minutes shy of 5 hours on here tonight. I think that's
All right.
plenty.
I'm gonna get back.
for
God bless.
tonight.
Y'all. God bless.
All right,
man.
on, guys.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for coming up. You got any last words? I'll go around the table. I'll start with Chad. Chad, you got anything to leave people with tonight?
No, I'm good. Just have a good rest of your weekend. I guess we'll see you tomorrow night, maybe. I guess you're
Yeah, we'll see.
tomorrow night.
Probably.
Yeah.
Van
Good.
Helsing, otherwise known as Roger. What's going on? What do you got?
Well, I'm going to open some coffins later on tonight. See if I can find anything inside of it.
There you go. That's always a good. You got your little wooden stakes and crucifix case. You know, your Dr. Van Helsing kit. You got a little vial of holy water and
You know it, man. You got to have the holy water.
some garlic. Wear some garlic cloves around your neck. You know.
I'll make a big necklace later.
There you go. Yeah, it's like stringing popcorn, but easier.
Yeah.
All right. Porter, you got anything you want to leave us with, brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to say some of these topics I think they're kind of weird to start talking about in some levels, just like when we first were introduced to the earth. Saul, thanks again for allowing me to speak. Hello. Bear, I didn't mean nothing trying to cut you off or anything. I'm an optimist, trust me. I see through a lot of bullshit, and all the tabloids is fed bullshit, bro. Just trust me. God bless.
Yep. Rasta, briefly.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I know that a lot of the things are bullshit. I just have fun watching it all because, like I say, I think it's all a simulation. So I think everything's bullshit. But at the end of the day,
Right.
like I don't want to spend my whole life worrying about what's happening 2030 or even the end of this year, because you'll end up doing that your whole life, and then it's gone. You're not enjoying life, and so like we might as well enjoy it. And have no fear, because Jaw World is without end, and that's the truth. And anybody who's not subbed to my channel, I've been making a lot of good reggae mixes on my channel in the early morning to get your day going. So sub and check out my reggae mixes. They're good motivation, uplifting.
Sounds cool. Ryan?
Please hit that like button and share the show. We need that help because it puts out the truth. But I don't know about the stuff tonight, but I'll leave it with that.
Yeah. We're kind of like going over all kinds of crazy shit tonight. Tomorrow night, we're going to be doing the debate on modern day debates between Nathan Thompson and Will Duffy, which I can't see how Will Duffy, unless he's really crammed and done some steel manning on the flat earth. I don't understand what he's going to go by. Is he going to hang his entire hat on his little fake trip? I don't know.
Maybe we should test the show and make sure that it's not fake.
Yeah,
right.
No doubt. So wait, when it's live,
I'm gonna test everything.
How are you going to do that, Sav? You going to go on when they?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and I'll go live at 8, same time as they start, because they fuck around a long time before they even get started. And we don't have to be right on with them, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
That kind of thing.
Be prepared for 2 hours of super chats, dude. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how far into the super chats we make it.
That's right.
So yeah, we'll be on again tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern.
Awesome.
And we'll be going over that modern day debate. I don't know. Let me see. I put the poll is over. I said who will win tomorrow night's debate.
It's going to be brutal.
Will Duffy got 11%.
Wow.
So I don't know.
That's all, really? Wow.
Nathan,
I thought he'd get at least 20 or 30.
That was M-ball.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson. That's where he really accelerates, is in debating.
He's rough.
Yeah,
he's rough.
Yeah, it ought to be entertaining to say.
Yes.
Anyway,
because he can be condescending as fudge.
Yeah.
See if we
he's
can
gonna break out some widgets while he's there too.
Right.
We'll make a toke the bong game out of it.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Every time Duffy fucking twitches and bounces and shit. Shit
Right
out
on.
before we even get started. Hell.
Bet that.
Shows
Bet
us-
that up, Sav.
It'll
All
be
right,
fun.
brother. I'm gonna drop out, y'all. God bless.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for coming. And as we like just to let everybody know on this show, you are in direct, dire danger of being brainwashed into thinking for yourself and not taking shit a little bit too serious. Right on. So, as we always like to say, don't forget the word Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on tomorrow night on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Y'all have a great evening now.
Hey, how all you glow-tards doing? Just wanted to check in from how you were doing when you all learned about me when you were just little wee little ones, and you were too stupid to question anything, and just wanted to check in to make sure you still believed in me. You still believe in me, right? You better still believe in me. Because if you don't, I'm gonna call you names. Like, you still live in your mama's basement, and you better not breed. That's okay. I know you still believe in me.